Should probably be higher. Does that do it?
It's supposed to.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. I want to welcome you to this 14th Flair Symposium, which, as you heard last evening, is on the theme of the enduring value of literature in a time of significant change. From my point of view, there could be no more fitting place for this series of conversations we've planned. The Harry Ransom Center was founded as the Humanities Research Center in 1957, and that was right at the time that the scientist and novelist C.P. Snow had just published his highly influential essay, The Two Cultures, in which he drew attention to the partition of our intellectual lives into two distinct spheres of thought: the sciences on the one hand and what he called the literary intellectuals on the other. A partition that he argued had worked to the detriment of our personal well-being and to the health of our society. Harry Ransom believed quite simply in investment in the arts and humanities, and in some ways the creation of the Humanities Research Center, as it was first called, can be viewed as an effort to remedy that cultural and intellectual fracture. In the intervening years, the Harry Ransom Center, born out of those Cold War tensions, has become one of the country's finest humanities research centers, actively collecting, preserving, and providing access to the work of writers and artists in literature, theater, film, photography, and art. And yes, access as well to the C.P. Snow papers, which I'm proud to say are here. We gather here after nearly 70 years to ask, what value does a poem, play, or story have? How does it shape our inner lives, our understanding of the world around us, and what practical use is it today? Is literature imperiled by new forces shaping our contemporary culture, as it may seem, or has it always been so? I cannot begin without noting we are gathering just days after the most consequential presidential election of our lifetimes, an election that has for many months engaged us in an extended public debate about who we are as a people and as a country and what kind of future we aspire to. An election that has given us a president-elect who, by his own admission, does not read. From the founding of our country, literary texts have helped to define our American experience. They have been a means of holding up and examining the inconsistencies, the contradictions, and the complexity of our national identity. Yet novels, poems, and plays may also serve as a refuge from the public sphere and a place of reflection on our most personal and inviolable inner lives, something that I think Colm Toybeen was getting at last evening in his reflections on home. During the height of Northern Ireland's troubles, the poet Seamus Heaney spoke of the conflict he felt between what was expected of him as a poet on the one hand and what was expected of him as a public figure on the other. For him, the question was how to protect and preserve the private inner space where poems come from, and how also to conduct oneself in the public square. It was a particularly acute issue for him when violence erupted in Northern Ireland and poets were expected to have something to say about the political rupture. The aim, he insisted, was to achieve in word, statement, and action complete congruence between his most private inner thoughts, the place where poems come from, and his public actions. There are different words for this ideal: coherence, maturity, character, and perhaps those ideals are only fictions, but if so, ones we cling to as if our lives depended on them. So one question we might ask ourselves at the start of this symposium is, what role does literature play in our collective national life? What relevance does it have in a week like the one we are experiencing now? Much has changed since C.P. Snow described a division in our intellectual lives, most notably the way we speak to one another and the way we share stories? Are our dazzling technologies platforms for social engagement as promised? Or are they themselves contributing to the polarization of our society and in the hands of dishonest actors to the undermining of a common humanity which literature once helped to define? We are gathering on a campus where the rising cost of higher education have contributed to an emphasis on short-term vocational outcomes. A visitor to the Ransom Center earlier this week spoke of the key metric being applied to universities across the country is a graduate's salary 6 months after graduation. To many, the liberal arts, including the study of literary text, may seem irrelevant to our students' life goals. So we also gather to ask, what use is a poem, play, or novel in this marketplace? As impressive as developments have been in the media landscape, are the opportunities and limitations of the form able to represent the range of our human experience? Or have these developments contributed to a storytelling that's only skin deep? It's perhaps a natural consequence of a society that does not read that books themselves are increasingly perceived as threats. Texas, as Penn has recently reported, leads the country, along with Florida and Iowa, in the number of books banned in our schools. All the while, new developments in artificial intelligence are reshaping conceptions of creativity itself, as dramatized most recently in Ayad Akhtar's play McNeil, currently running at Lincoln Center, and we'll hear from Ayad later today. To this list of questions, you can no doubt add your own. Our speakers who will be addressing this theme over the next 2 days come from across the literary ecosystem and include novelists, playwrights, publishers, reviewers, and educators. All are engaged in important cultural work, and all are well qualified to address these and a range of related questions in a time of profound change. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to this ongoing conversation. The Flair Symposium continues the work of editor, writer, and artist Flair Coles, who convened an interdisciplinary conversation on the arts and culture in the pages of the legendary Flair magazine, which she founded in 1950. The Flair Coles Endowment, which she generously established here, supports this symposium and provides research support for scholars traveling from far and wide to work in the center's collections here at the Ransom Center. On view in our galleries is Freedom to Write, Freedom to Read, the story of Penn, which some of you had a chance to see yesterday, and I hope the rest will see over the next day and a half. It tells the history of the continuing struggle for freedom of expression over the past 100 years down to the very present. This exhibition has been curated by Professor Marion Wynne Davies of the University of Surrey, with the assistance of Joan Sibley and Adrian Sockwell of the Ransom Center. It's been generously funded and supported by the Talker Foundation. I want to take a brief minute to thank my colleagues who have helped conceive and plan this symposium. Steve Holscher, Associate Dean for Academic Affairs and Faculty Curator here at the Ransom Center. Jennifer Wilks, Director of the Warfield Center for African and African American Studies. Eric Lupfer, Director of Humanities Texas. Erica Nunn-Kinneas, Associate Director for Exhibitions and Public Programs here at the Ransom Center. Numerous Ransom Center colleagues have contributed and are contributing to the arrangements for these events, including Julie Beckett, Rebecca Dearlove, Leslie Ernst, Grace Hornfisher, Lois Kim, Trent Lessiker, Cheryl McGrath, Ashley Park, Doug Newell, Ann Terrell, and Daniel Zmud. Many thanks to each of them and everyone who's pitching in. And finally, I just want to thank each of you for helping us think about these questions that I have posed here over the course of this symposium at a time when the world seems altered in significant ways by the events of the past week. And now it's my pleasure to call on my colleague Lois Kim to introduce our keynote speaker this morning. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Steve, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Flair Symposium. Yes, my name is Lois Kim, and I serve as Chief Development Officer here at the Ransom Center. I would venture to guess that many of you in the room work in humanities fields as teachers, professors, administrators, a diverse range of fields and lines of scholarly inquiry. I venture to guess that first and foremost you were readers, children or teens who caught the bug and caught it hard, and came to age and professional life trying to figure out, is there a way to have a career where I can just keep doing this? Lisa Lucas, our keynote speaker this morning, did just that and so much more. She moonshot out of the University of Chicago to make impact in just about every arts medium over the next 20 years. Lisa currently is an arts administrator based out of Brooklyn and serves on the board of directors of the National Book Foundation and the National Council of Grey Wolf Books. Recently, she served as senior vice president and publisher of Pantheon and Schocken Books at Penguin Random House. Early in her career, Lisa worked for arts nonprofits. She was the director of education at the Tribeca Film Institute, on the development board at the Steppenwolf Theater Company, and consulted for arts organizations including the Sundance Institute, the San Francisco Film Society, and the Scholastic Arts and Writing Awards. In 2012, she became the first publisher of Guernica, an influential award-winning nonprofit online magazine that focuses on international writing and diverse voices at the intersection of art and politics. In 2016, Lisa was hired as the executive director of the National Book Foundation, the preeminent literary awards organization in the United States, which grants the National Book Awards and runs a host of literary and literacy programming across the country. She was the youngest person to serve in the role, the first woman, and the first person of color. I first met Lisa at the National Book Foundation office several years ago. I was in New York with some Texas Book Festival colleagues, making the rounds to publishing houses and literary organizations. As we shared our experiences and strategies for ways our organizations connected readers to books, especially those who might not otherwise have access to them, I remember Lisa speaking so passionately about the National Book Foundation's initiative to put books, and I mean a lot of books, into book desert communities across the country, rural areas with little access to books, public housing, and prisons. As we were leaving that meeting, she pressed books onto us from the bookshelf of past National Book Award winners. Olga Tokarczuk, Colson Whitehead, Elizabeth Acevedo, just to name a few. We needed more room in our tote bags. I'm sure it was just one of many meetings Lisa had that day, but her genuine enthusiasm for sharing the work of already renowned and should-be renowned writers clearly animates everything that she does. Please join me in welcoming Lisa Lucas.
All right, everyone. How are you? It's been a little minute since I've given a talk, so you guys are going to have to forgive me. I tend to be, I'm neither academic nor a writer, and so when I do give talks, I tend to be a little bit more informal. You'll notice that I'm not looking at notes, so if I lose the thread a little bit, forgive me. Thank you for having me here today. Literature and change are two big themes in my life. and they are a huge theme of this particular conference. So let's start a little bit biographically, and thank you, Lois, so much for that beautiful introduction, which outlines a life spent thinking about audiences, because I worked in theater and I worked in film, and I still consider the reader to be an audience. But doesn't necessarily address the sort of rocky, higgledy-piggledy road to where I sit now. I've told this story a lot of times, and it's generally been a very optimistic story. Over the past decade, I've gotten up on stages at universities and cultural organizations and conferences, and I've been like, books are amazing. We love books. Books are durable goods. Books are something that we are always going to grow from. The empathy that books give us are incredible. The ways in which we develop relationships with worlds outside of our own, incredible. The book is mighty, the book is strong, and the book will ever be. It is actually impossible for me to continue giving that talk. And it's not because I don't still love books. And it's not because I don't still see the power and value inside of books. But it is because my particular journey around change and literature has shifted so dramatically. So backing it up to the film years. I worked in film because I loved movies. I worked at a film festival because it was a place where lots of people could come for a very low price and have access to some of the world's greatest films. I was particularly interested in young people. Could you pop that down just a little bit? Really interested in young people and the ways in which they were invited into the cultural spaces that existed all throughout our communities. In New York, that was Tribeca. In Utah and Los Angeles, that's Sundance. You've got Brooklyn Book Festival, Texas Book Festival. You've got dance festivals. And I always thought that that was just an open-hearted, open-spirited way for people to participate. And so I spent a lot of my time thinking about the arts through how we could offer invitations to young people so that we could build the audience for the future. I left doing that work because I loved books. I loved books more than anything else. And I felt like, while I could tell you that I loved a movie, or I could put 1,000 children in a movie theater and show them something that might change their perspective on something, the depth of engagement that a book gives, the source material, the way that we can feel completely absorbed inside of a book felt more important to me. And so I decided to stop doing that work, and I said, I want to work in books. And again, back to Lois's wonderful introduction, it would sound as though everybody just thought I was terrific, and they were just going to hire me. But I was a political Black woman without experience inside of books. And so when I started trying to find a job in books, roughly around 2011 or 2012, it hasn't been very long in the end, I couldn't. I could not. People would tell me that I needed to be an assistant again after running a very large program for young people. They would tell me that I didn't have the experience. They would tell me that I needed to learn so much. They would tell me that I should consider thinking about doing this, that, or the other in the nonprofit space. And so it wasn't possible. And so through a series of friends, I ended up being so devoted to wanting to do this with my life that I volunteered at the Brooklyn Book Festival. And I was a programmer. So I worked for the nonfiction section, and I put together little panels for free. We met every Thursday, and we called every writer that we knew, and we wrote copy, and we just tried to get a festival done. No money, just passion, just love. But I got to meet a lot of people that I didn't know, and that was the first step into being welcomed into the publishing world. At the same time, I had a friend who was a volunteer fiction editor at Guernica, which is an online magazine that does exist, but is going through some changes right now if you've been watching the news. And again, volunteered there. And I remember meeting the founder and saying, I have worked at nonprofits for 15 years, and I think I have something to offer here, and I think that you have a magazine that's incredible, and I think that this is kind of like the People's New Yorker. And he handed me a big old checkbook and took me over to Chase and made me the signatory, and then all of a sudden I was the publisher. And so for the next 3 years, we tried to make Guernica as well known as we could. It was already excellent. It was already free. But the question was about connecting the audience to the work that was there for them. And what was really important, I think, about Guernica was that the position was, We hear about Iraq. We hear about the Uyghurs. We hear about Palestine. We hear about all of these places in the world, all of these conflicts. But we're hearing it through an American lens. We're hearing it through a particularly white lens. And what would it look like if we made a magazine that allowed the journalists to be coming to us from the ground? And that was why that magazine was important to me. I think that when I started there were issues. I think that one of the things about the American cultural landscape is that we tend to be very fascinated by the international and very, 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 very choosy about what we decide to elevate about the domestic. And by the domestic, I mean the other. And so Guernica was great about making sure that you had Iraqi voices talking about occupation and imperialism. It was terrific in the way that you had people reporting on the ground about what was happening with the Uyghurs. It was incredible the way that we had Sri Lankan women talking about the fight that they were enduring and that they were living through and that their families were living through. But there weren't as many stories about African Americans or about the border or about indigenous lives. And it was important to me to sort of make that change, to look at that institution and say, this is what is missing, and this is how we can widen our lens. When I left there, I went to the National Book Foundation. And again, thank you, Lois. I was the first woman, first black person, the youngest. And I think the job there was to take an already wonderful institution that was actually engaged in deep work, broadening what we considered excellent. Harold Augenbraum was the former executive director. And what I inherited was an institution interested in change. And my job was the implementation of change. And what we did there, because again, we're responding in books, no matter what we're doing, to the changes that are before us, not the change of the whole thing. It's just too incredibly difficult to think about how to change the entire holistic landscape at one time. But what the National Book Awards could do was put a sticker on a book and say, this is worth reading. And if you could make the National Book Awards seem like it was for everyone, then the opportunities that you had to get people to read outside of their comfort zones was enormous. One of the things that we did during those years was we added a translation prize. And that actually was it was a prize that had existed and had become defunct for multiple decades. And the hope was that you could actually put the same sticker on a book by a Swedish writer or a Syrian writer or a Polish writer like Olga Tokarczuk, and actually say, okay, look, you know us. You know the National Book Awards. You know that we're not here to sell you anything that you're not going to dig. So we're going to put the sticker on this book that's a little bit harder. It's a little bit different from what you might naturally want to read. And hopefully that relationship that we've built with you gives you the strength, the interest, the comfort, the cosign to actually pick up that more challenging book. You know, I wonder, because of that prize, how many people have read Laszlo Krasznahorkai. Did I say that right? Who knows how to say it? Raise your hand. Nobody? Okay, well, we're going to just pretend like that's how. But hopefully, and this is a man who writes like 400-page books with no like in one sentence. I mean, not easy stuff. But the relationship between trust and actually picking up a book is significant. And so that's where I'll stop with the biographical background. Most recently, we all went through a reckoning in 2020. I'm sure you all remember. We had a pandemic, we had an election, and we had the murder of George Floyd. And the murder of George Floyd created an environment in which most of our cultural industries decided to say, we've had enough. Many of the omissions in the work that we produce, whether it's theater making or dance productions or books that are published or films that are greenlit, are actually not reflecting the world that we live in. We are seeing an over-reliance on one type of voice, one type of decision maker, one type of person who's greenlighting everything. And we're also relying on a sales apparatus that is doing the same work that it has always done. So in 2020, I was running the National Book Awards as a Black woman. I was feeling my own grief as a person of color in this nation, watching what was happening on the television. And I was also really engaged in the conversation that many of the cultural administrators, writers, creators were having about how to improve and change these spaces into places where we could more accurately reflect and respond to what was actually happening in the United States. As a result of these conversations, you were seeing articles like in the New York Times where they calculated that Toni Morrison, who was an editor actually as well as being a writer at Random House in the 80s, that she left to go be a writer full time. And in the 7 or so years following that departure, that particular company or imprint, I'm actually not sure of the details of that, they didn't publish a single book written by an African-American person for 7 years following the departure of Toni Morrison. 7 years. These 7 years are taking place over the 80s and 90s, some of the most important moments in Black culture and Latino culture and indigenous culture and queer culture and culture. And there wasn't any room for any of those voices to articulate their view. And there weren't enough editors, who were sitting inside of those spaces to actually say, this is what the community wants to read. These are the ways that we want to cross-read. Because it's not just about Black literature for Black readers or Latino readers having access only to Latino books. It is about all of us actually engaging in the breadth of literature. And that, for me, is the thing that continues not to change. So back to 2020. You're seeing all these articles, you're seeing all this media, and you're seeing all these panels and all of these conversations. And I'm moving just to books now. Let's move away from the other arts. And everyone is just sort of saying, we don't have decision makers. We don't have people in these places as publishers, as executive editors, as directors of the sales forces, as directors of marketing, as directors of publicity. And we want change. And so publishing, under great duress, decided to do so. In July of 2020, Dana Kennedy, formerly the administrator of the Pulitzer Prizes, was named vice president and publisher of Simon & Schuster. About a week later, I was named senior vice president and publisher of Pantheon and Schocken. Thomas Gebrehedrin was hired as executive editor at Doubleday. Najee Nieto was hired as executive editor at Flatiron Books. You have Tiny Reparations, a new imprint that was started at Penguin Random House. You have Legacy Lit, run by Christian Trotman, which was started in 2020 in June, which is a Black imprint at Hachette. You had Rakia Clark promoted to executive editor at Mariner Books at HarperCollins. There was an article in New York Magazine that said, welcoming the class of 2020, and there were pictures of all of us. And when the article came out announcing that I would be starting, it was on the front page, A1, New York Times, and the title of the article was, Change Has Come to Publishing. Fast forward 3 years, and 4 months later, you might have seen a push alert announcing that 2 top editors or publishers would be departing Penguin Random House. I'm one of them. Hello. And you also saw that a year before that, Dana Kennedy had left her position. Quietly, Tracy Sherrod, a veteran Black editor, was removed from her position at Little Brown after 2 years. Prenoy, another editor who had been at Little Brown, was also quietly removed from his job. The article that published a few months ago with my picture on it said, there's not that many of us left. And so I don't know that the racial change inside of publishing is the most important topic here. It is my topic. It is the experience that I've had. I think that what you see inside of publishing these days during a politically challenging moment, to say the least, where books are under fire, free speech is under fire, and books themselves aren't selling, is a real refusal to acknowledge that yesterday is not today. In the 1950s, you didn't have smartphones. You didn't have TikTok. You didn't have on-demand films. If you were on a plane for 14 hours, there wasn't a little screen that was going to let you watch movies. There were books, and so we sold them. We sold lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of them because they were entertainment, and they were information, and they were nourishing, and they were fun, and they reflected back the culture. I think we actually did a lot better in the 50s and the 60s than we're doing right now. And I think that when you sell books like that, as much as we like to think that books are just these magical objects and they transport us and how worthy we all are for spending our time thinking about them, and I might gross you out, but they're a product made by companies, bought and sold, promoted, marketed, publicized, so that you, a person with dollars in your pocket or a library card, will make a choice to actually pick one of those books. And I think that we've gotten so used to making so much money off of books. And it's companies, not necessarily the independents, because independents and nonprofits, as we know, are not operating off of money, but I don't know the numbers, but I'm gonna guess it's probably about 60 or 70% market share is gonna go to these big 5 companies, right? The consolidated ones. So the job is to sell you books. And everyone wants to look away from how we sell books. And for me, that feels like the most material way that we can actually think about changing the way that the United States of America engages with books. I left my job at the National Book Foundation in 2020 in the wake of George Floyd as an aware person that I was needed for optical reasons. And I hoped that my work would speak for itself. But I left, not because I didn't think that the National Book Awards were an incredible place to be or incredible work to do. I remember during Publishing Paid Me, do you remember that? The hashtag Publishing Paid Me that happened right around that time? There was a Twitter thing, and so everybody sort of talked about what their advances were. And Lydia Kiesling, a wonderful writer, actually was very brave, and she said, I got paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars for my debut novel, white woman. And that actually, I think, allowed a lot of people to start saying what their numbers were. And then you saw Jasmine Ward say, I've only been paid more than $100,000 for one book one time. And it was after she'd won the National Book Award. And it was for the book that she'd won the second National Book Award for. And the fight to get that $100,000 was significant. It came out that Roxane Gay had been paid $15,000 for Bad Feminist. And I thought, well, I can promote these people, but I can't actually do anything about whether or not they're being treated fairly, sold well, and compensated accurately from where I sit. And so I left because I think the business of books, much like my predecessors, Andre Schifrin's book, is something we have to stop looking away from. So when you buy a book, right? Or actually let's back it up. When you acquire a book, an editor, you receive all of these emails, just agent after agent after agent after agent sending you proposals or manuscripts to read. And your job as an editor, as a publisher, is to look at that work, to assess its value, usually based on comp titles, other books you think it'll perform like, and to come up with a strategy for how your particular group of people can actually sell that book. Now, this comes down to what the book is going to look like, the design of a book, which we know has a lot to do with how we engage with books, how we receive them, what we want to do, how it's typeset, how legible it is, prioritization. Where on your list does it sit? Is it your most important book? Is it your least important book? You liaise with the sales force. The sales force are the group of people who go out into the world and try to get retailers excited about selling that book. Now, I think when we think about retail, we spend a lot of time thinking about the indies, Book Soup, Strand, East Bay booksellers, all of our wonderful national, great, terrific bookstores. I don't know why I'm talking into this mic when I'm mic'd this way. I've been like leaning over talking into the mic and it's not even necessary. That's the kind of week I'm having. But, wow, this is so much more comfortable, you all. I just feel like let's all shake it out. Whew. That was super, super. I was hunched over, like trying to get in the mic. It's not even on. What was I saying? Oh, our great, wonderful independent bookstores. And so, right, you've got these sales reps, and they drive around, and they're like, this book is amazing. James by Percival Everett. This is incredible. You've got to read it. And those people say, we're going to buy 1 carton. We're going to buy 2 cartons. We're going to buy 3 cartons. But you know what? 3 cartons of books is not going to really help you out, America. 70% of the books are sold through Amazon. An enormous number of those books are also sold through Barnes & Noble. And a much smaller portion of those books are sold through our independents. Now, please, buy books from your independent bookstores. They are my love, and they are our most important force. But when we actually think about what kind of change we can really make, what books are on the shelves, and what the story really is, we have to stop thinking beyond just supporting our local indie. We have to stop thinking beyond, oh, this book is really good and it got made, and we have to start thinking about the machine. So when we sell those books through those sales reps, there's a person there who's deciding this is important or this is not. People will like this or they won't. And so there is an element, no book just sort of shows up and I just throw it at you guys and maybe one of you likes it and then you say it on the internet and then all of a sudden it sells 1 million copies. That's not the way that it works. And that's not that's not how business works. And nonprofits also are businesses. And so I think that this desire to treat books like it's something precious and holy, and they are, but to treat them only like that, to ignore the fact that we are dealing with the intersection of art and commerce, and that if we refuse to pay attention to the commercial component of how these books are moving between writer to publisher to end user, and I'm saying end user to be gross, because these are systems. And if we're going to change, first of all, we need to become more educated about what happens. How many of you really comfortably feel like you know what a publisher does? Right, and this is a 9:30 a.m. literature and change conference. Right, you all are nerds. I mean, with love, I say this. And we don't know how this business works. Now, how many of you have some sense of how a movie is greenlit? Just Project Greenlight. How many people watch that show? Matt Damon, right? There's more information in the world about how movies made. There's more, okay, we've cast this person. Okay, we have a new cover. We have a trailer. We can see the deals being made. We know, Reese Witherspoon's husband is the super agent Jim Toth, right? Because we watch gossip sites. And we think about that. But it is on us to understand the business of books as well. There was a very interesting, depressing, controversial moment some years ago. Does anybody remember a book called American Dirt? Right. So American Dirt, oh boy. There's a book about the border, and it's written by a person who is either a person of color or is not, and it's not clear. And everybody at the marketing dinner sat and there was barbed wire around as decoration. And the author put barbed wire nail art on her nails. And it was just, there was a $1 million deal, a 7-house bidding war for this book. Now, should American Dirt have been published? Yes. Yes, of course it should have. Why was it such a problem then? Well, one, because of the racist marketing and publishing. But beyond that, it's the absence of all the other voices that could tell the same story. And the marketplace's focus on what it knows how to sell, who it knows how to sell to, and its refusal to actually widen that lens. What we need to do to change books is to actually make the pie bigger. I was talking earlier about the fixation in the 1950s on making money off of books, right? This is something that you can make money off of, right? There's a book called Rick Rubin's book about the creative life. Anybody hear that book? Creative Mind? Huge bestseller everywhere. Well, when that book came out, it was huge auction. Everybody wanted that book. Rick Rubin, super producer, creative white guy responsible for a lot of hip hop. Let's let him tell us how to be creative people. We can sell that. So let's take all of our money that we have to invest and all of our energy and put it there because we know how to sell that. And they knew how to sell that book to the same dudes primarily that it knows how to sell the Tao of Wu or Adam Grant or what's that book, Atomic Habits, right? They knew exactly who that audience was. Now, Colleen Hoover, let's pump all of our money into Colleen Hoover because we know how to sell books to women who read Colleen Hoover. What we don't know how to do is to sell a book about Black lives or Asian lives or queer lives that doesn't center that part of their lives. If I read a book about a white couple in Brooklyn getting divorced, it's not going to be about how white they are. And it's not going to be about, oh gosh, how difficult it is to be white, and oh goodness, this privilege is just too much. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not the way that anybody would ever write that book. But we know how to sell something that doesn't say anything. We know how to sell that kind of story because we've humanized that audience. And we've conditioned those readers to being comfortable inside of those books. I'd argue, too, that a lot of the time we're so interested in Chimamanda Adichie writing about Nigeria. We're so interested in Salman Rushdie. We're so interested in the international, right? Those voices, we've been trained year after year, award after award, prize after prize, to value the international. But when you look at the publication histories of some of these houses, it's almost all from the Caribbean. It's almost all from France. It's almost all from whichever country in Africa. It's almost all from South America, Central America, right? And it's been a long, long time, and since we promoted great literature that everyone should read that comes from here about these issues. And so I think that we have to change so much, and I don't know that I'm actually answering a question so much as I'm posing a question, but what are the ways that we individually limit our focus around books? And what are the things about the ways that books are bought and sold that we ignore in our own lives? Right now, we're all consumed with politics, wherever you sit. And the politics of the day, book bans, what's good, what's not good, what can be sold to scale to a school system, right, are going to influence the ways that books are bought and sold. And so fighting that fight, making sure that we have full access to the full spread of the books that are available to us, whether we like them or not, I've been particularly miserable to sort of see a lot of, there's been a lot of conversation around book bans, but there's also been a lot of conversation around canceled events. We have a major conflict between Israel and Palestine, which I'm not going to comment on here. But a lot of people have been throwing around really dangerous language about what should and shouldn't be read, who should and shouldn't speak. Again, my politics here are irrelevant. How are we participating in book banning in our personal lives? How are we letting national and international politics change the way that we talk about the buying and selling of books? Publishing politics. When we go and we see what they're pushing, how much are we questioning, is this what I should be reading? Everybody knows that Sally Rooney's Intermezzo came out. Has anyone not heard of that book? And when that happens, just like when Gladiator with Denzel, which I'm excited to see, is all over the place and all you hear about it, that's a corporation dumping enormous amounts of money into making sure you do what they want you to do. And how much of your own awareness of the politics of publishing are you deploying when you go to the bookstore, right? And then when it comes to personal politics, and this is, I think a question we all have to sit with. How limited are we in what we like? How many times have we said to ourselves, oh God, the politics today, they're terrible and I'm overwhelmed and I don't want to read anything with a sad ending. I'm just not going to read anything with a sad ending. Is that how books should function in our lives? If they are a critical tool of empathy, learning, self-understanding, compassion, information, and also navigating very difficult times and understanding very difficult times. What kind of personal politics are we applying to the choices that we make? I think a lot of people, it was very funny because I was walking by a wedding in Portland, and there were all these Black Lives Matter signs all over, just Black Lives Matter signs. And Portland is not a very black city, so I think there are more signs than black people in the city. And everybody was in there. And you could see, because it was glass walls, and these Black Lives Matters were lining, and there wasn't a single person of color in the room. Not one. And so I don't know where you live. I don't know what your community is. I don't know how you live your life. But are you making the kind of choice to put a Black Lives Matter sign on your window and that all the books on your bookshelf look like you? And until each of us individually stops being limited in that way and starts using our dollars on things that are not for our own affinity groups. And that means, and I talk about race a lot because I live in this body, right? I feel much blacker than I feel like a woman. But you can apply this to anything at all. You can think about rural voices, how aware, half of the people in the room, or maybe everybody, I don't know, we're all wondering, why the hell did you vote this way? Why the hell didn't you vote that way? Well, when was the last time we spent any time really getting to understand those places and spaces through literature, really, contemporarily? Because the numbers on these books are 20,000 copies sold, 40,000 copies sold. Maybe, if you're lucky, if you're a bestseller, 100,000 copies sold. So we're not buying these books. We are not, as consumers and individuals and people with politics around books, actually deploying our politics. So I think that we have to look at national politics and what we are being pushed away from and figure out how not to pay attention to that and to actually lean in to the fact that books are broad and we're not always supposed to agree with them, we're supposed to learn from them. I think second, we need to think about publishing politics. So many of us don't go to Starbucks because we prefer to go to our local cute coffee shop. So many of us don't go to Orange Fitness because we prefer to go to the cute yoga studio down the street. So many of us don't buy blah, blah, blah brand, or think this is basic, or think this is dumb. But then we go, and I'm not knocking Sally Rooney, but we buy Intermezzo. We buy the fairies making love book. What is it called? You all know what I'm talking about. Thank you. A crown of thorns. Mm-hmm. Yep. Y'all read that. Y'all read that. And you know what people didn't read is this sweet little book about British Mandatory Palestine by a Jewish writer called The Red Balcony that I published 1 month before this damn thing started. We have to think about the choices that we're making. Other people are making choices for us. We know better. We are aware of the algorithm. We are aware when it comes to movies and Netflix. Everybody's like, I'm not watching Love is Blind. I am. But, you know, people scoff. I don't watch this. This is lowbrow. This is being sold to me. But with books, you see the 10 books, and you buy the 10 books, and you read the 10 books, and that's all that sells. And that's us doing that. So the change is us, and where am I at? Okay. So, as usual, I tend not to end on a strong note and just on a... But those are some thoughts on change and literature and race and otherness and, you know, and books are durable goods. I am still optimistic, but I am not optimistic if people won't hold my hand. And I'm not optimistic, honestly, to be a person with skills in this world to not have a job, right? To not know what I'm going to do or how I'm going to do it in books. Because we are too wedded to the way it has been. And it's all very different. So does anybody have any questions?
So you mentioned sort of how difficult it is to sort of publish books that are about people of color who are in the United States, not international, and that do not sort of center their blackness or their...
It's hard to sell them, not necessarily hard to get them published.
Well, I guess the question I had is that I just finished reading Sweet Soft Plain Rhythm. I believe one of your first books.
It was my first book.
Yeah. And so that is a book about non-white characters that does not center their relationship with whiteness as this primary conflict. And the question I had is, how did you not only convince your team to purchase that book and work on it, but also how did you get it sold? What was the secret?
Well, politics come into that. I mean, how did I get it sold? It was the first book. I was brought in under much fanfare as a black publisher at a moment where an industry was being called racist. Who's going to tell me no? At that particular moment. Day one. You know, week one. And I think that was the first book because it was my politics, right? Like just allowing books to show lives. I mean, I read very broadly. It was really annoying because all the books I got on submission were black books. And I was like, oh, so sorry. That's like not the only thing I'm interested in. Selling it, I think, is a really different story. I can't really talk about the story because it's sort of inside baseball and it's, you know, it's kind of a company's business and not mine to tell. But no, it's not easy to sell a book like that. You know, I think Ishmael, I cannot remember his last name, but a writer at the New York Times Magazine wrote a really interesting piece about sort of, I think the reasons why it's hard to sell those books is because no one is accustomed to reading them, right? White audiences are used to reading books by black writers or writers of color that are for them, right? We didn't see patois meaningfully inside of, you know, the Jamaica Kincaid generation, Marlon's generation, and Nicole Dennis Benn's generation, right? Is when we start seeing, you know, patois integrated into books because somebody finally said a white audience can handle it. I think you also have some bad training in readers of color. I don't think we're conditioned to reading books that are not written for us or to us. And so you have a double whammy. You need to retrain, people into sort of like what experiences are for them and are not. And I think that that's a lot of the work that we have to do. When I say, you can build a road for a book, but building a market takes time, money, investment, and a lot of hand-holding, a lot of hand-selling, a lot of grassroots. It's like when milk was out, right? When everybody was like, milk is going to give you a heart attack and this is bad, the American Dairy Association got together and they started Got Milk. And that campaign actually changed America's relationship to milk. It restored everybody's faith in milk. And I think that those are the kinds of interventions that I'm talking about. I mean, it's like a really broad answer to a small question, based on sweet soft. But I think the reality is if you don't actually sort of say, we need to have a collective conversation about what we read, why we read, and what there is to read, then I think you're going to have a hard time recruiting the readers who have felt left out and who have found the experiences that they feel are worthy or that people tell them are, this is going to make, you're smart if you read this. You're cool if you read this. We have to change the framework of what those books feel like. And I think that that's the big, hard, long-term work. And I think that when people talk about the disappointments of the class of 2020 inside of publishing, it's that I can't change anything in 3 years. We need 10 years to undo hundreds of years of negligence. And that's teaching us. I think Kiesi Lehman has done an amazing job, and Jason Reynolds on the youth front, teaching us that quality literature can look different than what we believe it did. So, back here, blue shirt.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I really enjoyed the insights you provided, especially on sort of cultural exposure. My question would be to see if I could get your opinion on the subject of the books that our children are reading that is commercially successful, which would be manga.
Sure.
Which is combining visual elements, it's exposure to East Asian culture. It's commercially very, very viable right now. I'm just wondering where you see this in terms of the industry itself and the way that things are.
I think it's great. I think it's great. I used to run a program called Book Up at the National Book Foundation, and that was like, you give the kids $25 and you buy any book you want. I don't care what book it is. Buy manga, buy the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Just buy whatever you want, value the book. Let's create some value, and you got this cool shiny thing and you're gonna enjoy it and you're gonna read it, right? So I used to publish and edit graphic novels. Mouse, is one of the books that I worked on. Persepolis is a book that was in our family, and I think that those books bring us in. I think that if you read manga, you might read Persepolis and you might learn about the Cultural Revolution and you might start thinking about Iran, and then you might get really interested, and then maybe you'll read some short stories, or you'll run into this author as you grow up, right? And it's a road. Like I always used to joke that I would, like people who didn't like to read, I'd be like, okay. I want you to read Meg Wolitzer's The Interstings, because it's just like such a linear, juicy, character-driven, fun novel, but Meg is brilliant, right? So there's nothing dumb or wasteful about it. And then I'd be like, okay, read, Elena Ferrante's Days of Abandonment, because it's just buck wild. And they'd read that. And then you could just recommend anything, because you'd built the trust, right? And that like these things that like didn't seem like they were necessarily going to be interesting actually really were in a lot of ways. So I think that it's wonderful that kids are reading anything at all. I think that one of the reasons that like my generation loves to read, and I'm 44, born in 80, is because like our parents were like negligent, and like we were like reading about like, we were reading V.C. Andrews. We were like disgusting filth nerds, like who were like, oh my God, give me Judy Blume's Forever. I want to know about sex. I want to know about like, the naughty bits. And whatever compelling thing there is, and I also think that kids are not transitioning into reading at that 12 and 14 age because we've removed their ability to see the naughty bits. It was the reason we read. I mean, but it's true. You all did it. All y'all found about boobies from a book, because I can see how old everybody is, and And I think that, you know, you just want engagement and the ability to sort of divorce a book from the idea of homework at that age. And I think that, you know, the place where I think we're screwing up is, like, again, if I work at Apple, right, and I have every kid in the entire United States of America given an iPad at school age, and I'm like, as a business person, like, I mean, LOL. Like, I just have automatic advertising to literally every child in America. Well, that's what books have. And so what is happening at 18 years old? Why are we not transitioning audiences? Why do we have all these people reading Harry Potter? All these people popping up and reading Twilight? All these people popping up, millions of people popping up and reading 50 Shades of Grey, right? And then we just don't, and some of those were kids. That is not V.C. Andrews. That was like a little darker. But I think we need to figure out how to transition the youth readers. I think Jason is one, and Elizabeth Acevedo are two really exciting bridges. I think M.T. Anderson, the author who just did his first adult book, has also been somebody who's grown up with his audience and has like sort of transitioned with them. Jackie Woodson. So I think there's a lot of, you know, people in the children's book community that are doing the work to sort of figure out how to get those audiences engaged at the, you know, baby level picture book, middle level, and then as they grow up, they can have like a relationship with these authors as adults.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. And while you were talking, I was thinking about the critique that Percival Everett makes of the publishing industry in Erasure, which is, I think, probably written like 20 years ago.
That's what I was going to say. I think it reminds me very much of 20 years ago.
Yeah. But I was thinking about it when you were also just like talking about patois just now, and how part of the critique of that novel, it was the basis of the movie American Fiction. I don't know how many people know it, but in the novel there's a creative writing professor and novelist who's black and who is working on the most esoteric novel possible about like Roland Barthes, and it's like, you know, kind of very metafictional, but he can't get it published, and he ends up deciding kind of as a lark and a joke to kind of write this novel in this vernacular that he doesn't actually speak, that doesn't actually feel authentic to him, but because he thinks that's what a white audience wants.
Right.
And so that there's this weird dynamic where even writing in a like authentic voice can feel like a kind of way of...
Well, so I think the joke there, right, so the book, so Percival Everett wrote his book Erasure about 20 years ago, and it's, as she just described, that was actually a discussion of a book called Push by Sapphire. And I think that what the irritation was that that wasn't Sapphire's authentic voice. And so having to sort of, you know, like, do you remember Hollywood Shuffle? That movie, Hollywood Shuffle, and he's in the mirror and he's like, "Why you gotta pull a knife on me, Johnny? I ain't got no weapon." And that's the opening to Hollywood Shuffle, and it's Robert Townsend, and he's trying to he's this nerdy guy, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I had a really hard day," and he's like, "I ain't got no weapon." You know, and it's just like being forced to sort of, to pantomime this sort of idea of blackness. And, you know, again, I know the editor of that book, I worked with her. And yeah, you know, that was like a non-brown person saying, "This will totally sell." And you know, and are we complicit when we write that book? Yes and no. We got to eat. We want to work. You know, and I mean, I think that Percival is exploring that tension. I don't know that right now that is where we are. I still think that you have people making decisions about what people want to read that don't make any sense based on like what I would like to read. And I was having a conversation last night about, you know, not to talk about sex over and over and over again, but like, so James Salter, Sport and a Pastime, right? Sexy book. Gross maybe, but like sexy. Philip Roth, right? Deeply engaged for like 30 books with like sex and misogyny, but also kind of sexy, right? You've got Henry Miller, right? Writing absolute complete porn half of the time, and then also some great books. You've got John Updike writing books like Couples. Name me, and don't say luster because there is IBS in luster. One book about just black sexuality. You know? Jazz. Tony was writing in a very different mode and talked about it. I think also you could think about Baldwin, right? But you know, in contemporary American literature, and I think what died with Tony and with Jimmy was a lot, because it was a tradition, because they were also the editors. You know, they were also sort of the movers and the shakers behind the scenes. They were the ones bringing up people with them. I don't know why I'm obsessed with this mic. So yeah, did that answer the question at all? How about one more? Okay, well, I'll answer really short, these two. So you first and then you, and I'll answer short.
It's just a very simple, I guess, daily question. Like when we go, so how do we know if bookstores are selling what publishers are pushing at bookstores? Because the bookstores, independent bookstores, need to also make a living and stay alive. How do we know what we should be asking for if publishers aren't pushing these writers who really have alternative, wonderful voices that aren't being heard? How do we know who they are, and how do we approach our bookstore and say, I want to read that?
So one easy thing, look for an independent press. Look up Grey Wolf Press, Coffee House Press, Transit Books, you know, Grove, Atlantic. Do you know what I mean? And Grove has a big hit. There's nothing wrong with it. And there's also nothing wrong with reading a hit book. It's just about different, it's all about balance, right? But look at the shelf talkers. Indies tend not to be as face forward with the super commercial stuff. You know, but it's like, but if you see tons of review coverage, like, it's like Zadie's gonna get a big review, you know? Intermezzo's gonna get reviewed everywhere. Rachel Kushner, who I adore, and I think you should read that book, but she's gonna get reviewed. So just don't only read that. I mean, reading should be discovery. And so I think like the stuff that you haven't seen in the news, look at the shelf talkers, ask them, what's something that's not super popular but very good? Talk to your booksellers. That's what they do. All right.
I had a question going back to something you said earlier. First of all, thank you for your talk. But like students where I teach don't read any physical books.
Right.
And I wonder if you have thoughts about this move towards entirely online reading for students, and if how that's going to impact writers like Jason Reynolds, or you know, just like the publishing industry more largely.
I think that, you know, when you look at actually how books are sold, academic, you know, I don't know enough about the academic market to really speak about it. But we sell physical copies, you know, so like when you do a P&L, you know, like sort of kind of formulaically, like what the percentages are going to be of a book. Like this is what you're going to sell in E, this is what you're going to do in audio, this is what you're going to do in paperback because it's this kind of book, this is what you're going to do in hardcover. So I'm sort of neutral. Again, for academics and for young people, I don't know really what I think about sort of like the move away from physical material. But in terms of like a business model, I think that you're giving people more options hasn't degraded paper to the point of fear. We still sell a lot of physical books. It's a very rare day that you've sold more e-editions or more audio editions than you've sold physical copies of any given book. I never saw that happen once. So I think, like, look, you know, it's like kids are used to screens. If that's a place where I can get them to read something, great. If audio is, you know, it's like I think people like to snob on audiobooks. It's a protracted experience with an extended text. It's okay. I think people just, let's get into the stories. And I think once people start to become addicted to reading and to being inside of, you know, a sort of long piece of text, you know, they'll move flexibly between mediums. I think the job is just to get people excited about reading long form. So yeah, so thank you all so much. I hope that wasn't too higgledy-piggledy. And I really appreciate all of you all, and have a good one.
joined with our first panel, History of Literature Instruction, here in this room at 11 a.m. So we'll see you soon.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm not mic'd like Lisa was. Well, good morning, and thank you for joining us on the first panel of the 2024 Flair Symposium. We've had a very rousing 2 keynote speakers last night, Colm Toybeen, and this morning, Lisa Lucas. And we're excited to jump into our first panel, which is the history of literature instruction. And I just wanted to give a few bit of house news before I jump into introducing our esteemed panel here. First of all is to thank the amazing group of people at the Ransom Center that helped make this symposium possible. Grace Hornfisher, Ann Terrell, all of our amazing volunteers, Cheryl, who's assisted with all of the travel arrangements so we could bring these wonderful panelists together. So thank you very much. And just a reminder as well, we have 2 exhibitions on view at the moment. We have Visualizing the Environment, Ansel Adams and His Legacy, which is on display now, as well as our newest exhibition, Freedom to Write, Freedom to Read, The Story of Pen, which just opened last week. So I hope in the downtime and when you're mingling with colleagues and friends, you can take a moment to enjoy and experience those new exhibitions. And complementary, almost a continuation of our conversation throughout the symposium, next Thursday, November 14th, we'll be hosting the president of PEN International, Burnham Somez, a Kurdish writer in his own right, and a wonderful speaker who's going to be talking more about the freedom of expression. So I hope that I will see you there next Thursday for that program. And for right now, I think I'll begin by introducing everybody we have here for our first panel. So I'll start with Patricia García. Dr. Patricia García is Associate Professor of Instruction in the Department of English and a faculty affiliate of the Department of Mexican American and Latino-Latina Studies here at UT Austin. She has published numerous works on Latino literature, English Renaissance literature, and English pedagogy. She has co-edited a special issue in the scholarly journal Symbolism, an international and annual critical aesthetic entitled Latino Literature at the Crossroads, the Trans-American and Transatlantic in Critical Dialogue. Garcia is the recipient of numerous teaching awards, including the President's Association Teaching Awards, and we're very pleased that she's here with us today. Jonna Perrillo? No, I'm sorry. Phyllis Goetz, there we go, is Associate Professor of History at Texas A&M University, San Antonio, where she teaches classes in Mexican American history, women and gender history, Texas history, and United States social and cultural history. She's also the coordinator for Women and Gender Studies program. Her book, Reading, Writing, and Revolution, Escuelitas and the Emergence of Mexican-American Identity in Texas, was published by the University of Texas Press in 2020, won the National Association of Chicano and Chicana Studies Book Award, a long list of other awards that has won, equally estimable. She's currently working on her second book project, The Borderlands of Inclusivity. Not enough coffee this morning, which has been supported by the American Council of Learned Societies, the Institute for Citizens and Scholars, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. And then we have sitting next to her, Jonna Perrillo, who's the Professor of English Education at the University of Texas at El Paso. Her teaching explores young adult literature and English teaching methods for pre-service teachers and graduate seminars on secondary level composition, education, and the media in education and history. And I'll just make a note here that in the summers of 2021 and 2023, Perrillo co-directed the National Endowment for the Humanities summer seminar for teachers titled Making the Good Reader and Citizen, the History of Literature Instruction in American Schools. I'm very happy to have you here. And then moderating our conversation, last but not least, Eric Lupfer is the Executive Director of Humanities Texas, Formerly a high school English teacher, Eric holds a PhD in English and MS in Information Studies from the UT here at Austin. He's published numerous articles on American literature and publishing history, including an essay in A History of the Book in America through the University of North Carolina Press. And we're very happy to have you here as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Hello. Can y'all hear me in the back? Okay, great. Delighted to be here, Erica. Thank you. Thank you to Steve Ennis and to the Ransom Center. I was an intern here decades ago, and it was a very sad day when I had to give up the pass that got me into the stacks. So as Erica noted, this is a panel on the history of literature instruction. The idea here for having this panel in this conference is that for most of us, the first time that we read literature identified as literature, the first time we read texts that we are told are literature, that happens in a school setting. And so our experience as students, our experience in schools very much shapes how we understand literature, its value, and the experience of reading. So on this panel, we will explore the history of literature instruction in the US, and specifically in the American Southwest in the 20th century coming up to now. How has literature been taught, especially at the primary and secondary levels? What assumptions, what ideologies have shaped those instructional strategies? What has been their result? And then finally, what's happening now and what's in store for the future. So it's a significant brief we have. And so I'd like to start with Jonna, whose research really has done a lot of deep work in this area. You've done quite a bit of research on the history of instructional practices in the US over the 20th century. So say a bit about what you've learned.
Okay, great, thanks, and thanks so much. I'm also very excited to be here and be part of this. I think in my research and in my work through the NEH, we look at the history of literature instruction two ways. One is a history of what students have read over time, and I'll say that I focus largely on the secondary level. And what we find is in the 19th century, in the 1900s, students enter into that century reading largely what they were reading in the 1800s, which is a lot of British works, a lot of things that feel very genteel, not super fun to read. And that doesn't change for a really long time. Immigration is one of the things that pushes it forward in the progressive era, and teachers wanting to find texts that Americanize their students, right? And there's this problem of these highly, polyglot and heterogeneous cities in particular, and then giving students a literature from another country. So that goes a long way to sort of change the curriculum, particularly in poetry. So we find, like, even as late as the 1960s, a heavy influence on still British writers when we talk about novels, and a heavy influence on books from the 1800s still. This changes a lot in the 1980s. And it becomes a lot more contemporary, and books that are on the sort of challenge list in the 1960s are now common reading by the 1980s, like Catcher in the Rye. So I can say more about that later. Maybe I'll switch gears, but I want to say that my partner and I, my NEH partner and I, are actually conducting a national survey right now on what literature teachers are teaching, and I have flyers with a QR code to that. We're at 1,100 teachers. We want to make it over 2,000, and we want to get over 150 in Texas. So if this is something that you could participate in, I'll leave them down there later. But so that's half the story, and then the other half of the story is how students are reading literature. And again, the 1900s start really slowly with a lot of memorization, a lot of recitation, a lot of choral readings. Like, this idea that if you are a read person, you can show that, a well-read person, by recalling the text. There is nothing like interpretation. That changes a lot in the late 1930s, and there are two seminal texts that change really the field. One of them, and they come about in the same year, 1938. One of them is Louise Rosenblatt's Literature as Exploration, where she's incredibly concerned about the growth of fascism in Europe and democratic ideals. And she argues that reading is a transaction between the reader and the text, and that readers bring their lives to their reading, their beliefs, their identities, their historical moment, and that the text also works on them. So this is the part of Rosenblatt that a lot of people get wrong or forget. It's not just students saying whatever they want about a text or liking whatever they want. It's about how a text, in her words, gets students out of their own provincialisms, their own small lives, whatever their lives are, and tests them. So that's one belief that's really focused on like reading as a civic and moral instructional act. The other text that is published in 1938 is Kenneth Brooks and Robert Penn Warren's Understanding Poetry, right, which is sort of the Bible for new criticism, and starts with this letter to a teacher. This is about formalism, right, and that the key to being a good reader is being able to read for form, and that idea is a product in a relationship with form. And they're coming out of a lot of the same social problems, these two different beliefs. Or social developments. They're not all social problems. The expansiveness of education, the fact that after World War II, higher education is just going to look different than it's ever looked before, and Brooks and Warren are really focused on higher education. All sorts of social changes, but to people whom new criticism becomes very attractive, it's in its replicability, its ability to be replicated, right? That it is a method with a clear sense of instruction and direction, and in fact, their introduction in understanding poetry is like, here, teachers, we bet you can't do this. We're gonna lead you through it. Just like teach this book, use our poems, use our readings, follow, and you'll be okay. And so these two movements, the formalism and the civic education, are things that I think historically teachers have pulled on both, right? But we live in these moments where one becomes more important than the other. And so the 80s, when the canon finally opens a bit, the high school canon, and it's a period in which identity becomes, I think, really important to English studies. Rosenblatt's in charge. Teachers are really turning to her. We clearly now live in a moment that's very focused on form, but I don't think Brooks and Warren's wanted that form or their readings to be reduced to standardized tests, as it has been. So I'm not going to call the moment that we're in new critical, but I think it is kind of the outgrowth of that moment. And so both parts of these history, I think, are important.
So, and thinking about those two dominant modes,
yeah.
What within those sort of sets of assumptions, what is the assumption about the kind of special power of literature? What do they understand that to be?
Yeah, I think Rosenblatt believes that it can be like this common. It can set forth not just like a common canon. She had her ideas about literature, but she wasn't particularly interested in canon. What she was interested in democratic ideals, right? And that shared reading practices could bring us all into the fold. It would help us believe in sort of common aspirations, ideas about freedom, liberty, participation, but also just about a multicultural sort of society. And that reading the work of others could open us up to that. The new critics were really, they come into fruition in high schools in the Cold War. And it's really about a scientific, rigorous kind of reading that they believe can be available to anyone. So anyone can be a close reader, and or made into a close reader, and that our democracy needed that too. Careful and close readers.
Is there space for pleasure in that?
They found it very pleasurable. Yeah. And they thought that students could find it pleasurable too, right? That they found form and reading for form. Mm-hmm. And I think, a lot of us in the room probably can. But, again, reducing that to a multiple choice test I don't think is pleasurable to anyone. So I don't think we're at that place right now. But yeah, they both believe that reading imbued readers with all kinds of democratic practices and beliefs.
Well, it's fascinating, and I think gives us some touchstones for this conversation. But kind of as a counterpoint, Philis, you've done extensive research in escuelitas in the American Southwest in the late 19th century and in the first half of the 20th century. Tell us about how those institutions functioned.
Yeah, thanks. So escuelitas is a Spanish term, and it literally means little schools. And it refers to a broad base of community schools that were created by and for ethnic Mexicans. And they popped up really throughout the Southwest, though my research more specifically focuses on Texas. So in these community schools, Spanish was always the language of instruction. Literacy that was taught was Spanish literacy. And then other subjects that might have been taught would be poetry, plays, things about the theater, math, of course, sometimes the sciences, even sometimes things like physical education, arts and crafts, or calligraphy. And so in my research, I've generally categorized them into two groups. So the first one would be informal escuelitas, which could take place in someone's living room. Most of the escuelita teachers that I have learned about in my research were women, though there were some that were men as well. So it could be a woman in the neighborhood who had some education. She'd open her living room to neighborhood children. Parents would pay a small nominal fee, and she would teach them these things. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Dr. Jose Limon, but he went to an informal escuelita like this in Corpus Christi during his childhood. And so these informal escuelitas could be an after-school care program, it could be a summer program, or it could also be a preschool program before students enrolled in the first grade in public schools. The counter to that would be a more formal escuelita, and in that case, it would be members of the ethnic Mexican community who pooled their resources together. So you would have somebody donating the land and somebody else donating like lumber and bricks, and then a number of people donating their time and their labor to actually construct a physical building. Then the stakeholders in the construction of this school would get together and hire a teacher from Mexico, a teacher who was a graduate of a university there and who had attained a teaching certificate and credentials. And so they'd bring that person over, and then that person would design the curriculum and teach the students, often in a one-room schoolhouse, 1 through 6 grades maybe in the schoolhouse. And parents would pay tuition. And that school, like a more formal escuelita, functioned like a public school. It was during the school day. Your children couldn't go to a formal escuelita and go to the public school at the same time because they were in operation at the same time. And so the best example for one of these formal escuelitas in Texas was in Hebronville. And the escuelita was called Colegio Altamirano. It opened in 1897 and it closed in 1958. And so these escuelitas then have their roots in the early to mid 19th century in South Texas. The public school system in Texas doesn't actually take root and start to expand until after the Civil War in the 1880s. And even then, in the 1880s, 1890s, you still might only have a handful of schools in one county. So for example, when Colegio Altamirano opened in 1897, there were no public schools in Hebronville. The first public school didn't open in Hebronville until the early 1920s. So Colegio Altamirano had been open for over 2 decades before the residents of Hebronville had access to public education. Then once public schools opened up throughout South Texas, segregation is a key strategy for a lot of these, for the education policy, right? A lot of these education administrators, they rely on segregation as a way to structure the schools. So then a place like Colegio Altamirano, which prioritizes the Spanish language, Mexican history, Mexican cultural traditions, as well as math and the sciences, then that's a space where these families can send their children and escape the harsh realities of a segregated environment.
So this is a very different context than the
Right.
public schools, and so in terms of the curriculum, both in the formal and in the informal, what role did literature instruction have? And we've also talked about literacy instruction.
Yeah, so in a lot of these escuelitas, they didn't have textbooks simply because there was no money for textbooks, right? And it really sort of forces us to rethink how we define literature and how we define like the role of the written word, especially after the awesome keynote that we saw this morning, right? Talking about the commercialism behind the publishing industry. So what happens when your community doesn't have the financial resources to make that investment, to be able to purchase those physical copies of books? So a lot of escuelitas didn't have books. I had the privilege and the sheer pleasure of being able to interview Dr. Rolando Hinojosa Smith, who was an English professor here at UT Austin. And he attended an escuelita in Mercedes, Texas, down in the Rio Grande Valley where he was from. And he told me this story about the escuelita that he attended. They didn't have any textbooks, but there were about 60 children in the class. And the teacher would put his chair, and it was a man, which was interesting. So the teacher would put his chair on top of the desk and then take out a copy of La Prensa, which was the Spanish language newspaper published here in San Antonio, or not here in San Antonio, but published in San Antonio. And he would read out loud an article from La Prensa. And then he would ask the children questions about what they had read, and then they would identify words that the students didn't know the meaning of or had never heard of. And then students would go up to the chalkboard, have to figure out how to spell that word, and then they would talk about the meaning, and then they would come up with sentences that use that word within the appropriate context. There were the more formal, like Colegio Altamirano again. I've worked with the Voces Oral History Center here on UT, and in fact, just a few months ago, we conducted several oral histories with adults who attended Colegio Altamirano when they were children in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And so one of the things we learned from those oral histories is that Colegio Altamirano did have textbooks. They didn't have very many, but they did have a few textbooks, like a book of poems and a book of plays. But perhaps the figure who helps us understand the role and the significance of literacy in escuelitas would be, I'd have to point to Jovita Idar, who some of you may have heard because she just made it onto the Quarter, the US Quarter. And when I was working on my dissertation, I was able to interview her niece. Her niece was in her 90s at the time and has since passed on. But one of the things that her niece shared with me was I had the opportunity to go through Jovita Idar's personal library, and many of which were copies of the Harvard classics, hardbound copies published 1910, 1911, and really in pristine condition. I write all over my books when I physically engage with them. And I was really struck by how beautiful these texts, the state, they were still in beautiful condition. And I asked her niece, did she read these books? And she kind of scoffed and said, yes, she read these books almost every day of her entire life. I watched her, she had me read some of these things from these books. And I said, well, there's no notes in the margins. I mean, none of the pages are dog-eared. They look like they're in perfect condition. And she kind of, gave me this look, and she said, why would you write in your books? And then I realized, okay, it's the financial investment in, sorry about that. It's the financial investment in writing the book, and in purchasing this book, and it's this object of reverence, so you're not going to go scribbling across it, right? I also learned that Jovita Idar didn't call a dictionary. She called it el mataburros, which the burro, or the donkey, was a sign of ignorance, right? So it translates to donkey killer. So when she would say, go grab the dictionary or go look it up in the dictionary, she would refer to it as el mataburros. So there was this reverence for the written word, for sure. But then Jovita Idar also, as early as 1910, 1911, published several articles in La Crónica, which was her family's newspaper, Spanish language newspaper, published in Laredo, where she was from. And she published multiple articles trying to convince the people of her community to open up more escuelitas there in Laredo. because one of her key points was that there aren't any governments helping us here in the Texas-Mexico borderlands. Mexico is involved in the throes of the revolution. They can't help us. The US government, the Texas government, nobody's doing anything to help us educate our children. And we have really high illiteracy rates in our communities among our children. And Anglo-Americans use those high illiteracy rates as justification for violence and racism and discrimination against us, right? So one of the things that we can do to combat discrimination, segregation in the public schools even, is to address these issues of illiteracy. And we have to do it ourselves because we can't depend on any governmental body who's going to help us. So for a lot of these communities, literacy wasn't just about reverence for the written word or the sacred nature of books, but it was also a matter of survival.
And so the approach that Jonna describes, embodied by understanding poetry, say the sort of formalist approach, was not a kind of a core element in the work here.
I mean, not necessarily, no. Like, I think somebody like Emilia Davila, who was the teacher at Colegio Altamirano for, over 3 decades, and somebody like Jovita Idar, yes, probably for these very educated women who also were leaders of their community as being heads of their escuelitas, yes, there is evidence that they engaged with literature in that way. But then there was also the practical aspect about it, right? About the larger significance that literacy had for the children in their communities.
Fascinating. I just imagine the experience of those students who went to both on the same day, for example, just what an experience that must have been. Thinking a little bit about coming to the present, and Pat, you're now working here at UT with undergraduates who want to become English teachers. And so very eager to hear about your experience sort of in working with those students and hearing a little bit about the kind of assumptions and experiences they bring to UT. Why do they want to teach literature? What power does literature have? What power does the teacher of literature have?
Well, I actually had that class at 9 a.m. this morning. So I showed them the symposium program and what I was going to speak of. And I asked them, so I have my notes where I wrote them down. So one student said that for her, books are a path to a new world. And that for her, discovering books open new worlds for her. So thinking a lot about what you were just saying about Rosenblatt and the idea of opening worlds for students and pushing them out of their own worlds really resonated with what she had said, and that she wants to create that opportunity for other students. 2 other students that spoke really talked about the idea of finding agency through books. And so getting a chance to talk about books in the classroom and to be able to make a point about, an interpretive point about a book, and to back it up with the evidence that's there, which also has sort of a close reading approach to it, was really important to him to think about how he makes arguments in other situations. And then another student who is also doing English as well as drama talked about that she wants to teach because it's a chance, and to teach literature, to teach plays, for her to share her creativity and to allow for the creativity in the students. So all 3 of these to me seem to suggest that, yes, it is about the books, but it's also about the effective experience with those books, and then what they can do with that experience. Much of what they wrote about in their first 2 essays are personal essays about more than why do you want to become a teacher. I asked them to write about a teacher that influenced them in good or in bad ways. Sometimes you learn a lot from what not to do. And then the second was to write about themselves as their reading autobiography, who they are as readers. And in all of those, the thread that I have found with this group of students is about that idea of creating a space for themselves, and that literature does that. So one of the things that I really take into my classroom is something that the You Teach program, which is our teacher certification program, I work with them a lot, not only in the program but in the classroom. And so the one of the professors in that program, Julia Howe, comes to my class to talk to my students about lesson planning. And she says, when we teach literature, because my class is specifically about teaching literature, we have to teach to both the head and the heart. And that we have to make them think through the literature that they're reading, but we also have to connect with them. And that if we do that, then what students will leave our literature classrooms with is a sense of why this literature was important to them and what they can do with it, where they can take this. And I see that in two texts that I use in other classes. So I teach Virginia Woolf's A Room of One's Own, very much argues about the idea for space for ideas, but she also talks about books, and when you find a book, I went back to my text with all my notes in it, and it's one of my favorite lines in there about finding a book and realizing that what the artist has done is created a sketch that we then discover, and then Woolf writes about this discovery. But this is what I have always felt and known and desired, and one boils over with excitement and shutting the book, even with a kind of reverence as if it were something very precious, a standby to return to. As long as one lives, one puts it back on the shelf and returns to life. So it's that feeling when you read a book and you're like, this is my experience. I found myself in it, which is an argument for diverse texts or for teaching very canonical text in perhaps more diverse ways. The other text that spoke to this idea, and also that next step of closing the book and thinking about returning to our lives and how our lives have changed, is from Gloria Anzaldua's Borderlands La Frontera. And this is from her preface. Books saved my sanity, knowledge opened the locked places in me, and taught me first how to survive and then how to soar. And what I was doing in pulling these is one of the ways that I want students to look at text and connect to them, but also realize that texts that, are probably, 70 years apart, an ocean apart in England or in the US borderlands, that there are these enduring understandings, to use a pedagogy term from our class, that link them. And that link the text not only to each other, but to our experiences. And so this idea that the students talked about making space, a path to a new world, a chance to be creative, is what I hope they take from my class, and what, after teaching this class for a number of years, I'm getting from them.
Do you find in talking with them that they connect that understanding of literature with experiences that they had as primary and secondary students?
Mm-hmm. And we talk a lot about what kind of teacher they want to be, and I remind them that you may not be a teacher yet, but you've seen a lot of teaching happen, and that's why I love the essay about writing about a favorite teacher, because the teachers that they've had that have created that space for them, and it's sometimes through books, it's also a lot through writing, through journaling, and then also teachers that gave them a lot of choices about texts to read, so that had classroom libraries, which of course in this day of censorship and book bannings is becoming much harder to have those libraries, but that those are the places where they found themselves and they want to create that space for others. One of the big pushes I always have for the teacher education program is that in our department is that we only get more English majors if they've had good English classes, right? And they've had a good teacher that's inspired them in a way to take their love of books and share it with others.
Well, as a kind of follow-up question, and I want to open this up to the entire panel, but I'm curious about how your students, square that understanding or that set of assumptions with the Texas curriculum standards. So what is their response when they read the TEKS? And do they see this as sort of a framework that allows them to do this kind of work, or do they feel like they're sort of working in opposition to the state's curriculum standards?
I feel that when we look at the TEKS, and we do look at the TEKS, and I give them a STAR test, and I'm like, okay, everyone breathe.
Yeah.
You know, don't want to stress you out, but we talk about some of the questions on the STAR test that are particular about teaching literature. And what we really try to focus on is that they're all very much about skills. I mean, it's Texas essential knowledge and skills, as if skills are separate from knowledge, but I don't know how to parse that out. But we talk about how those are about teaching to the head, like how do we understand a text so that we can get to these deeper meanings, or when we think about why we connect with the text, looking at the text and breaking it apart, right, and trying to figure out how it works. So we talk a lot about zooming in and zooming out of text, and connecting it to the skills and connecting it to the world. But the other thing that I always discover with the TEKs, especially when they're writing lesson plans, is that if you really look at them closely, every lesson that you do is kind of doing all of it, right? There's never a lesson that's just focusing on maybe one aspect, but that I remind them, so this isn't maybe a lesson where we're really focusing on this particular set of skills, but you're going to come back to it. But the TEKs don't say a lot about, and there's some stuff about appreciation.
Not much about the heart.
Not much about the heart, right. But at the same time, I was asking my colleagues here about, do you ask the math instructor, how do we make people love math? Right? But that's the question, like, how do we make students love literature? And then the larger question, can we make anybody love anything? Right? I mean, can you really force someone to love you? No. So can you really make someone fall in love with literature? I don't know if you can. And how much is that, should that be a goal of our classroom too?
Well, I'll open this up to Philis and Jonna, because you both are also teaching a lot of students at the undergraduate level who have aims to become teachers.
Yeah, I think like when you look at the TEKs, it's not the language of humanities. Like, I guess I approach it a little different. Like, it's not that I want the TEKs to say, teach students how to learn to love reading. But I do want the TEKs to say something about use literature to ask questions, you know, and to problematize the way that they look at things. And we don't see that either. I will say, though, that I ran a really great webinar with 2 Texas teachers, one from El Paso, one from Waco, for Humanities Texas this summer. And we did just that. We looked at a little bit of Rosenblatt, we looked a little bit at New Critics, and we looked again at the TEKs. And there are moments in the TEKs that open themselves to that. Like, I think the piece is on context, you know. That's what Rosenblatt was talking about. What's your context, reader? And what's this text context? And, you know, looking for those, I think we can find those spaces. I think it's often not the TEKs that teachers are most worried about, because they're often like the lesser testable ones, right? But I think it's there, and I think if we just reapproach it. So my students really struggle. My bigger concern is my grad students, and just getting them to stop talking about the TEKs. Like, to have a conversation about reading that isn't about the test is really, really hard. Now, most of my students have grown up in this system, right? Like, they are products of it, not just teachers working in it. And so sometimes they don't know what they're missing. So,
yeah, so I do have a lot of education majors who are going to be future teachers of Texas in my classes, although I don't have a class that is 100% every student in there is an education major. But I have found that in my Mexican American history class, my women's and gender history class, and my US social and cultural history class, there are always the education majors. For them, the biggest takeaway by the end of the semester of those classes is, how can I incorporate these discussions of race, of gender and class and sexuality into the lesson plans that I'm going to do once I become a public school teacher, right? So they're concerned about the TEKs, but they're also concerned about keeping their jobs in the political climate in which we find ourselves, right? And the laws that the Texas legislature tries to pass about what can be taught and what can't be taught in K through 12 education. But that is one of their biggest takeaways, is this, like, realizing how important these issues are to talking about the past, especially when you take that zoom out approach, when you're looking at, because I do assign novels in my history classes, not just historical texts, but they want to be able to incorporate that into their teaching, into their lesson plans and their teaching.
You know, it's interesting because those are the texts that woke them up, that thought, I didn't know this history about my state and my country, and you know, I want to share this with others. And that is what happens when they read a text and connect with it in a way that makes them want to then share it with others, right, and bring those questions up. And it is, I think it is something that needs to be part of it, but you're right, have to balance it with what history is being taught. So our son is in 7th grade Texas history and was writing about Hernan Cortez. And I looked it up, and it was in the TEKS. It's now, and I said, oh, you're doing the Age of Conquest. And he's like, Mom, it's the age of contact. I said, the age of contact? And he said, yes, it's the age of contact. And I'm like, well, Dad would assume that there's equity in this contact, and, you know. Anyway, so we have lots of conversations with him. But then I had talked about this, and I looked up, and that's how it's listed in the TEKS as well. So how we have these conversations within this framework, too, is a challenge.
Philis mentioned teaching novels in your courses, long-form fiction, and I think many of you may have seen the article in The Atlantic that appeared 2 or 3 weeks ago. Is that about right? A professor friend of mine said that article, he received it 10 or 11 times from people forwarding it to him, but the argument was that now students, even at elite colleges, don't know how to read novels. Don't know or aren't reading novels. I can't recall exactly.
They
can't read it.
Patience.
Don't have the patience to read a novel. Haven't been trained or don't have the experience of reading novels. So the argument in the article is that students are now only reading excerpts of long-form works at the secondary level, often to prepare for standardized tests. Students are distracted by phones, that their courses are organized around skills as opposed to books and authors. And also, finally, that students are far more anxious than previous generations about coming to college and finding professional training, having their education lead directly to jobs. So I'm eager, the 4 of us read this piece in preparation for today, eager for your responses and both how it connects to your experience, but also the sort of historical perspective that each of you bring to these questions.
I think it's not the first time that this argument's been made, right? This is what A Nation at Risk was as well. And so, which is not to say it's not an important argument. I think we have a lot of feelings about it, so I won't, but I'll say one thing, mid-survey with 1,100 responses from teachers across the country, what it's telling us is that teachers are still teaching, when they are teaching literary texts, and I do think the excerpt thing is a huge issue, and we're trying to get our head around how many teachers really are teaching novels at all. But when they are, they're highly canonical. So the top 10 list today is Romeo and Juliet, Great Gatsby, Crucible, Macbeth, Fahrenheit 451, Lord of the Flies, Night, Of Mice and Men, To Kill a Mockingbird, Hamlet. This is high school level.
These are these are the most commonly
top 10 from our survey so far from 1,100 teachers.
Nationwide.
Nationwide, one woman, no person of color. So I think the argument that, they're out there just reading young adult literature in school all the time, it belies that sort of myth. But I think the other thing the article really misses, is just the less about the cell phones and more about the laptops. My children do not bring home books, and they haven't since the pandemic. And if we're going to say that technology is the problem, then we have to look at our total transformation to online or online reading in school. And I think we've done that largely with our eyes closed. We've completely bought into this idea that everything should be done on computer, online, without really looking at the data about brain science, without looking at the data about cognitive patients, all of which I find very persuasive from my own experience as a reader and as a parent of readers. So I have a lot more ideas than that, but I know everyone does, so I'll just stop there. And those are my 2 cents.
Phyllis, you said a couple of nights ago in an email that you were angrily marking up the article. So, yeah.
Yeah, I found the
As
article.
a good reader does, right?
Right, as a good reader does. Yeah, I found the article, I don't know how many people in the audience have read it or are familiar with it, but I found it incredibly frustrating because taking an argument such as students can't read anymore, it's a huge, grandiose argument, right? And if you're blaming standardized tests and cell phones and technology, which I can see is a problem. I'm not in any way saying that those things aren't problems, but they've been problems for a long time. I mean, I don't remember when the first iPhone came out, but it was like early 2000s maybe, something like that. So we're talking about 20 years or more of students having access to smartphones. So I felt like if there's going to be an article that's going to make a big splash and make the argument that students having cell phones is a problem, it's like 20 years old, right? And I think at this moment where we are now, we already know what the problem is. And so an article that's going to make a big splash should really address some of the solutions. And then the other major blind spot for me in this article, or for the author, I should say, is that if you're going to make an argument that students can't read or they're not reading for whatever reason, how can you make that argument without talking to students? Like every person interviewed for this article was a professor, most of whom I think had been teaching since the 1990s at the college level at elite universities. There's like maybe 4, maybe 5 different universities like Harvard and Princeton and University of Chicago. So it's a very, very small survey or people that the author was reaching out to. I don't see how that population gives you enough evidence or research to be able to make this grandiose claim. So it just felt very incomplete all around for me.
So when I was thinking about this so right now in my teacher class, we're doing Midsummer Night's Dream as a way to teach drama. And I've talked to my students about, you don't have to teach the whole play. You could choose a couple of scenes to represent this play and still talk about the play as a whole. And the text that we began the semester with, talk about teaching fiction using Sandra Cisneros' The House on Mongo Street, and we talk about reading that as a novel, but also it's often excerpted in excerpts, sort of how to balance that. So, and in the spring, I teach the British Survey class where I do mostly excerpts. We do 2 plays, but mostly excerpts. I've been thinking a lot about this idea, and then I realized one of the things that was in the article, sort of building off Phyllis's comment, is that it's all on the students. Why haven't the students done this? And what often happens when university faculty talks about these students today, the blame is on K through 12, right? And well, they're not doing this there. Instead of thinking about the larger question about, well, why aren't they doing this? Or are they really not doing this? And also, what is our role in there? So the professors are expecting students to have come to class having read one of these texts. So having read Pride and Prejudice, and be ready to talk about it, instead of thinking about maybe you need to give them some goals for what they should be thinking about as they read this, and maybe some guides to how to read it, because there is a lot of static between those texts and where we are today, right? I actually had that moment in talking about The House on Mongo Street today, because there's a chapter where the main character works in a photomat, and my student had no idea what a photomat was, because they're just used to taking pictures on a camera. And so I said, if you don't know what it is, your high school students aren't going to know what it is, so you're going to have to Google this, right? But it is that addressing text today. And there are a lot of really good contemporary texts that would also, that interest students. The professors sort of complain about YA literature, and that students only read Percy Jackson. But yet you look at these students that have read all the Percy Jacksons and all the novels that go with it, and just books upon books, and they're not small books. And they found something, and so now you're going to say that that doesn't count? And that bothers me, because again, it's about deciding which texts are worthwhile and which texts aren't. And that's a value statement made by, I think, a very elite few, rather than thinking about who our students are. So I had some of the same sort of feelings of, this doesn't represent every experience. And perhaps the teacher, these professors need to think about changing the ways in which they approach the novels in their own class.
Can I just underscore something you said? I think I'm in an English department and I'm married to an English professor. I don't think most English faculty know anything about what students are doing before they get to college, and I don't think they ask. Like, I don't think they're particularly curious. Or think to ask. And so to me, that article is also about that institutional gap, and it wasn't a satisfying filler, right? Because it just kind of put it back on the high schools in a lot of ways. But I think it's such an important, and I don't work at an elite institution, and I wouldn't say that like necessarily all of our faculty reads a super elite. They just haven't been taught that part of their job is to know anything that happens to their students, or anything about their students' development before they show up in their junior level class.
But then I'm going to say, but then also thinking about the role of what's considered to be the literary canon and the amazing work that Jonna is doing and with the survey and being able to get that information from teachers, and the top 10 books being these quote-unquote classics, right? All written by white men and only one woman who wrote about the experience of a person of color. In that Atlantic article, one of the complaints was we have to cut down on the number of books that we are citing because students aren't reading. But then we also need to include a couple of books written by non-white authors. So therefore, even though we're trying to cut down, we actually made it bigger. I found that particularly frustrating because that was a sign that maybe you're willing to, at this point in 2024, to expand the canon, but you're not actually willing to transform it or to see it change. Like if your concern is, okay, we gotta limit ourselves to 7 books for this semester, right? And that's us making it smaller, the amount of books, changing the syllabus. But I'm not willing to part with these 7 white authors, but I still have to assign these 3 authors of color. So therefore, we're back to 10 books, right? Expanding the canon is not the same thing as transforming it for the curriculum, which is a problem, right? Because again, when you're lacking student voices in this, like maybe students want to have more culturally relevant novels that they're reading. Like maybe there's a reason why they're not reading. Maybe there's a reason why they're not coming on the first day of class and saying that Wuthering Heights is their favorite book, right?
Well, and building also on the idea of what they're reading and reading canonical works, it's also about teaching canonical works in diverse ways, right? So if you're teaching, Shakespeare, there's a lot of discussion about contemporary Shakespeare performances that really embrace those ideas and problematize the ideas of race or gender or class in Shakespeare's texts, right? I also find it fascinating that we're in this moment of book bannings and questioning of that, and yet Fahrenheit 451 is on the list. And also, no one ever asked me to think about in my Shakespeare class, when I do teach a Shakespeare class, sort of those questions of trigger warnings and what's in this text. But yet when I do a class and it's on Mexican American literature, I'm asked to do that. And I'm thinking, well, of course, no one thinks that Shakespeare, because it's Shakespeare and you have the, 400 years of static in between, but look at the text, look at the topics that he's addressing, right? It's the same sort of thing. And that gets, I think, the idea, while I'm teaching the canon, they seem safe, but people that say that don't really know what those texts are about.
Well, can I say something,
Yeah.
teacher?
Yeah.
So about this list, I just want to qualify in 2 ways. First of all, I'm midway through writing a book on English language teachers' responses to censorship that really is, half of it is writing by English language arts teachers. And right, they live in these communities. And I'm thinking about a teacher who works in Orange County who's like, I'm teaching Shakespeare. There's nothing I can do to get around that. So what I'm going to think about are the texts that I put around Shakespeare. So I understand that one of the stories that this list tells is that story of censorship across the United States. It's not just, I don't know what a red state is anymore, but like not across, like this is, again, in California, right? It's like a lot of censorship is being done very locally, sometimes just by a principal. It doesn't even involve a school board. So I understand that. I understand too that like, there are so many schools that don't have book rooms anymore.
Yeah.
So teachers are teaching what they can get their hands on. So I don't want to look at this list and just think, oh, like teachers are still in the dark. They don't know. Like this list to me is a story of where we are as a country and what we are giving teachers to work with, not necessarily the choices that they would make if resources and politics weren't an issue.
And one more thing that I'd like to share, since Shakespeare keeps coming up here. Some of my colleagues are working on this project called Borderland Shakespeare. I don't know if anybody is familiar with it, but they're looking at how populations on the US-Mexico border have engaged with, interpreted, internalized, interacted with Shakespeare plays. And there are many playwrights on the US-Mexico border who have reinterpreted a lot of Shakespeare's work and performed it from those perspectives. And they just published their second volume of, it's an anthology of these plays. So the first one, I mean, they're both called Bard in the Borderlands.
And a lot of those are actually open access. And that was one of the things that they wanted to do, was to have them open access. If you look up Bard in the Borderlands, you'll find them, so that students and teachers can have access to these plays. So again, it goes back to like the economics of it as well. So.
And Humanities Texas does so much of that, right?
If we have teachers here today, we're holding a webinar on the Bard in the Borderlands this week. Elizabeth, yes? It's the 20th. So in any case, but if there's sign up on our website. Erica, how are we doing should we open up for audience questions? Great. So thank you for the discussion. So everybody here has been a student, I presume, and so you all have experience to draw upon. So please, questions for the panel. Sam.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic. So I'm teaching a canonical British literature class in the spring, so it's really helpful for me thinking through, starting to think further through, because I have to think about a lot, some of the pedagogical challenges that we face now doing that, and opportunities that we have now doing that. And I want to ask you all about the encounter that teachers have now with students around what we're imagining as their reading process and the fate, you might say, of reading in solitude. To go back to Cody's talk and his wonderful evocation of that. Because I think that we all know that part of the issue, right, is with reading and the challenge of reading for everybody is the difficulty of finding that space and preserving that space, to the point where I'm really thinking seriously about trying to organize my class on a lab model where I go to the library 8 hours a week, sit and do my reading for the class, and ask students to come join me. And then see how much I'm getting out of the reading, right? And say I'll be there to help you with it and so forth. And obviously that's like, the fact that it's such a strange kind of a fantasy to have, like where am I going to find those 8 hours, et cetera, and it drives home the need to actually think through that problem. But the historical dimensions that Joe opened up, right, on past classroom practices, really made me think, like, what are the legacies for these kinds of approaches for potentially being with the students as they read, not just doing classroom instruction, but also creating communities of readers and whole ecologies of reading. So I just feel curious to get your thoughts about that dimension of the problem.
Well, like my first, that's a lovely idea, but I look at my students' schedules who are working 2 jobs and taking 12 hours and are doing their reading when they get home exhausted. And yeah, and so the, sort of that idea of having that time to read as part of a class may not work with everyone. How many of you did SSR, silent sustained reading, in school? Right? I mean, wouldn't that be lovely? I also think like we should still have that plus nap time, right? Which wouldn't it be lovely if someone said, all right, 1 o'clock, everyone pull out your mats, and take a nap. But you know, the beauty of having that, I mean, I see it at my son's school where they have, you know, sacred reading time. And creating that space in the class doesn't really go with the model of university instruction, right? Where we're only with them 3 hours a week to do that. So how to do that?
Part of my idea or my fantasy has to do with my college experience,
Yeah.
which revolved around reserved reading rooms.
Yeah.
Right? Like we would go to the library and be in a room together as students reading into the night, which, you know, I don't think is all sustainable anymore.
But sort of like creating that space in class, I think, like in the class time that is scheduled for that, makes, and I think also getting students to talk about where do you do your reading? How do you do your reading? Having them share annotations, doing annotation exercises together in class is one way for them to talk about it. We, in my World Lit class, when we do a room of one's own, we talk a lot about the idea of finding space. And so a lot of our students like to go to the tower to the Life Sciences Library, which is a beautiful old library to go and do research in. But then they open their laptop, and we can all think about our laptops, and there's messages, and even if we're in a room all by ourselves with our laptop, the whole world is right there. And so trying to create that space for reading and for active reading, I think is a challenge. So I've really been thinking about that sort of reading autobiography assignment that I asked my teacher ed students, having all my students in class do that a little bit, just to think about who they are as readers.
Any response?
I work at a commuter campus, so my students are also working multiple jobs. So it's that kind of model wouldn't be practical for them, but what I do take from the history is like, you know, the sense of Rosenblatt that dialogue is at the center of the classroom, that the reading is for the dialogue versus, you know, the new critical, which is a very individual kind of reading experience that I think my students love the dialogue. I think they love thinking of class as a place where they can do something that they can't do on their own. So I just try to really make that very purposeful dialogue and just try to think about how I can do the best with the 3 hours I see them a week, because, you know, I can't, we have a hard time with clubs and all. It's just a different education model than my own college experience.
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on that. I work with a lot of teaching assistants for our big survey classes, and they have once a week discussion, and one of the questions that we often get is, well, what if the students haven't done the reading? How do I have a discussion with them? And so my answer is, you know what, then just have a passage of the text already marked out, a short passage that in the hour you have with them, you can read that together, and at least they can discuss that, and then maybe make these bigger connections to what they were supposed to have read before they got to class.
Yeah, I agree with both of my colleagues as well. Like, but my students also have, even the 18-year-olds have non-traditional lives. Some of them have kids, or they're helping take care of their grandparents or younger siblings or something. And so they are doing the reading oftentimes in the middle of the night and things like that. So it wouldn't be practical for my students either, but at the same time, I don't know, there's this great indie bookstore in San Antonio that one night a week they have like a reading club, and you bring whatever book you want, and they have all these chairs and couches, and you just sit and read for like 2 hours. and it's quiet, and then at the end of the 2 hours, everybody talks about their book that they brought and what they're reading. So maybe there is something there too, like where it's kind of a isolating, but maybe it doesn't have to be so isolating experience.
Thanks so much for these really interesting talks. I'm so excited by all of your research and your teaching. Philis, I want to hear a little more, if you would say, please, about how the people who you studied, who participated in the escuelitas, talk about like what sent them there, and like what, because there's like a super narrative that's not, you didn't get to say because you only had a short amount of time, but it's a little bit about like, well, what's the story that you received from your family or your community about why going to this school that's also, in addition to everything else they're doing, they also had kids, they also had jobs, they also had, other kinds of forms of schooling. So it makes me wonder if also our students now don't have a narrative that would permit them to create, or maybe we're not acknowledging the extracurricular spaces in which they are pursuing, in fact, their literacies, plural. I just wonder if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, in the late 19th century, I mean, students, their parents were sending them to these escuelitas because there really wasn't any other option. And so the communities were creating their own schools, and of course, creating the schools in the way that they knew, right? Thinking about Spanish language and Spanish literacy, et cetera. But then once you have the expansion of the public school system, and from the moment it's expanding, so 1884 is when the Texas legislature passes its first English-only law that all public schools have to be English only. And that's right around the time when you're starting to have more schools. Before that, you have maybe, like definitely less than 10 public schools in the entire state of Texas, before, like in the 1870s, and definitely before the Civil War. And so after the proliferation of public schools, the public school environment is a very unwelcoming space for ethnic Mexican children. And Jovita Gonzalez wrote in her 1930 master's thesis, she got a master's degree in history here at UT in 1930. In her thesis, she wrote that these escuelitas had a more demanding and more academically challenging curriculum than that of the public school, which isn't surprising, right? Because the public school was focused on English only, right, and Americanization policies and an Anglo-centric curriculum. So then it's like parents are sending their children to these escuelitas as a way to sort of resist the public school, especially if it's an escuelita like Colegio Altamirano, where either you go there or you go to the public school, right? But then there's also a number of children who are going to both. They go to public school during the day, and then they have an escuelita until 7, 8 o'clock at night after school, like an after-school care program.
Does there ever, at what point do you, like if you're not going, if you weren't sending your child to the public school, I guess there isn't any sort of truancy, or like they have to be enrolled in the public school or else the parent is truant. Does that ever happen with the escuelitas? I mean, I don't know when those laws come into place. I mean, now it's so much about truancy, is so much related to like school funding and, you know.
Yeah, in a place like Hebronville, no.
Okay.
Like, because there's I have found a number of articles in the English language local newspaper called the Hebronville News that was published in the 19-teens. Articles about Colegio Altamirano.
Okay.
Like, oh, they had their dance, oh, they had a fundraiser,
Okay.
something like that. So it was very much recognized. But I have not found any evidence of an escuelita that went beyond 6th grade.
Okay.
So the people that we interviewed, either they stopped going to school. There was one gentleman who was a vaquero, who's been invited to the Smithsonian. He's a very famous vaquero. But he stopped attending school when he left the Colegio Altamirano. But most of the students ended up transferring to the public school after they graduated from the escuelita.
Phyllis, I love the map in the beginning of your book. She has this map of where all the escuelitas are, and you see that if you know Texas, they were right next door to like segregated Mexican schools, right? Like these different kinds of institutions coexisted.
I show that to my students all the time.
Thank you. Best.
Yeah, I was struck by Jonna's point about sort of the neuroscience and the reading online. And I have a daughter who's a freshman in college now, and I was like, do you need money for books? And she said, no, there were no books assigned. It's all online in my classes. And I was sort of a little blown away by this. And but I don't know if any of you have used Perrillo or other annotation programs where students can read together, and they're basically having a conversation around the text while they're reading it. But of course, it depends on having the text be digital. I'm just kind of curious about, you mentioned the neuroscience around it, and I guess on a related vein, I personally have gotten more into audiobooks than ever before, but I also still very much value the having the physical book in my hand and reading, and it just makes me wonder about these different experiences of reading, and I don't know how much of it for me is like just a nostalgic attachment to the physical paper and the book versus there really is a neurological difference. So I was curious when you brought up that research.
Yeah, Marianne Wolf talks about, she's one of the leading scholars in this field, that even when you're reading something in PDF form or maybe on Kindle, that you go into automatic scan mode, because that's the way in which the internet has been set up for us to read. And so that, to me, learning that was really powerful. And I was just saying before, I think that one of the things that my students learn in my young adult lit class is they wish they had listened to me earlier in the semester. I really encourage my students to buy hard copy. My students do not have a lot of money. I understand this, and I understand that we're competing now with an electric industry, right, that makes everything cheaper. But they do learn over the course of the semester that they would have an easier time of things if they were reading in hard. They would have their notes, and they would be reading in a more focused way with all of the problems that you're talking, maybe at 2 a.m, but still, at least it would be better for that. I would recommend. We read Read or Come Home in one of our NEH institutes. It didn't go over particularly well. There's a lot of apparatus around her argument in there that makes it too big. It's too necessary. But there's a really great podcast interview with Ezra Klein, between her and Ezra Klein, which now unfortunately is behind a paywall, but I think is one of the smartest, best articulations of this science. She also, Marianne Wolf, has a piece in The Guardian that's like an op-ed version of her Read or Come Home argument that I think makes all the points that need to be made. And you can go from there, but it's pretty persuasive. And then, I think it's very persuasive.
I had a class on Latinx short stories, and we talked about journals. And we had the editor of our English journal, Bat City Review, come in and talk about editing journals and how stories come in. But she also said, I have a lot of copies of not just our journal, but other journals. And then other people in the department were like, here, take my books. But I brought them in, and my students were so happy because they just thought they were the most beautiful things. I mean, they were like touching them, like, look at the cover, look at this, and sort of the beauty of the book. It was a beautiful experience for all of us.
Do we have time for one more? Or are we wrapping up?
We're wrapping up.
We are wrapping up.
But we can continue the conversation.
Yeah, well, I just want to thank this distinguished panel. It's a really wonderful discussion. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I just really, I'm scared,
No, come on, that was just trying to.
Hi.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. All right. Now, I was told during the break that I was too much of a soft speaker. So I'll project. I'll use my classroom voice. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. This is our second panel in the 2024 Flair Symposium, Literature and Change. We are so happy to see you all again and continue our conversation in many different directions. Before we begin with my introductions for our panel right now on the publishing landscape and literature, I just wanted to remind you that our third keynote speaker, sorry, we've had a lot of wonderful keynote speakers this symposium, will be this evening with Ayad Akhtar over at the AT&T Conference Center. So if you have not registered for that keynote that starts at 6 p.m. You can do that online, or I encourage you just go to the AT&T Center and claim a seat. It's definitely something you don't want to miss, and we look forward to seeing you there. So for right now, we'll be where our feet are and talk about publishing landscape in literature, which carries on a very rousing and thought-provoking keynote from Lisa Lucas this morning, who will be moderating this afternoon's panel. Joining Lisa is Dwight Garner on our end here, is a very well-known and beloved book critic for the New York Times. His reviews and essays have appeared in the New Republic, The Nation, the Times Literary Supplement, Oxford American, and the Savieur. His most recent book is Upstairs Delicatessen on reading about eating, and eating while reading, 2023. That's without coffee, in which another commentator, The New Yorker, wrote, quote, "Memoir thoughts about food and literary criticism are stacked like the bright layers of a Venetian cookie," which I think is a lovely comment. And joining the panel is Dalia Azim. We're so happy to have you here. Dalia was born in Canada? Okay. Speaking of, you're speaking French. Canada. Of course, she's here now with her family in Austin, Texas. Her writings have appeared in the Washington Post, the New York Times, American Short Fiction, Aperture, Poets and Writers, Columbia, Texas Highway, and many, many others. Her first novel, Country of Origin, published in 2022, received the Discovery Award from the Writers League of Texas. And apart from being a writer and a contributor in all things literary in Austin, Texas, she's also currently the Chief Operations Officer for the Texas Book Festival. And considering that that is next week, we are very grateful for your time that you've carved out for our conversation today. And with that, please help me welcome our guests.
All right. So obviously this whole conference is about literature and change, and we're here to talk about the publishing landscape. And so I think it's interesting. We're coming at it from a lot of different angles. Former publisher editor, you're a critic, working in an incredibly insane media landscape. And you have two different roles where you're working at a presenting organization, which is all about connecting people to the books themselves and also creating work yourself. So I'm excited to talk a little bit about all that's going on. It's pretty boring in book world. Nothing is happening. Business as usual. But before we get started with the conversation, what we're going to do is have these two both talk a little bit about their work and who they are, and then we'll talk more generally, and then we'll do some questions and answers at the end. Is that all right? Okay. All right. So I'm going to make Dwight go first.
All right. I want to say first, I guess, that it's such a pleasure to be here. I think alongside the Library of America, the Ransom Center is just, one of the prime custodians of our sort of literary culture. I mean, it's amazing to be here. I'm lucky enough to have done research here at one point, and to have those boxes wheeled out, those white boxes filled with writers, drafts, memorabilia. It's just an amazing feeling, and everything is so well cared for, and yet, access is provided. It's not an uptight place where people can't do the research. They just, they're careful with what they have here, and they treat it well, but it's open. You can go look at it, and it's just fantastic. So anyway, I'm a book critic for the New York Times, and I sort of one of those weird creatures who knew pretty young that I wanted to be a critic. In high school or in college, they have career tables, and there's not one that says criticism on it. And so I don't know how I got here, except to say that I grew up in a family, grew up in West Virginia, then in Florida, in a family that they weren't readers, and I was a huge reader, and I think that I wanted someone to talk to about books, and I found critics as a way to sort of play off my own interest and hear what other people thought about the stuff that I was reading. I think that was an early turn-on for me. And I've always loved critics, from Pauline Kael to Dwight McDonald to whomever, and a lot of rock critics as well when I was growing up, Gil Marcus, people like that. And so I was pointed in that way. And I was also a journalism nerd. I edited my college paper, my high school newspaper, and I was doing all of that. And I fell into criticism. And in 1995, I was one of the founding editors of Salon.com, which some of you might remember. It was kind of a big deal for about 3 years. Although everyone thinks the time they were at a place was the high point. So in my mind, the 3 years that I was at Salon were the high point, 95 to 98. And then I was hired away by the New York Times Book Review, where I was an editor assigning book reviews for about 10 years. And assigning book reviews is weirdly great job. We were talking backstage. I assigned a famous review. I assigned Colson Whitehead to review a book by Richard Ford. Yes, Colson Whitehead to review a book by Richard Ford. And one of the great things about assigning is the dinner party aspect of it. Who can I get to review Richard Ford? And, and I thought of Colson. It was a great review. And then, of course, famously, Ford spat on Colson, in retribution. Ford was known for this kind of thing. And, but it's just an example of how making matchups in the criticism world can be really interesting life.
So I just want to say he spat on him.
Spat on him,
He hated the review so much he spit on him.
Well, previously in his life,
the craziest story in the world.
Previously in his life, he had shot the copy of a book by a different writer with a shotgun. Anyway, where am I going with this conversation? I am going to say in 2008, I became a daily book critic for the Times. And, I was so pleased to be offered this job, and I enjoy it. It's a difficult job. I don't appear on panels like this a whole lot, because when I was hired at the Times, there was a great Timesman, as they sometimes say, or used to say, Frank Rich, who was a theater critic and then an op-ed columnist. He took me out for a drink, and I said, Frank, what advice do you have? And he said, don't have any friends. And what he meant was he had seen too many critics get to know too many people in their industries and have their opinions kind of sanded down. And so I have writers who are friends, but they've been my friends for 30 years, and they know I can't review them. But I go out of my way not to meet writers kind of anymore. So anyway, that's a long version that I will shut up now. Anyway.
It was great.
Yeah.
So I'll just add, it's such an honor to be on this panel with two people that I've admired for many years, and I'm meeting them for the first time today. People who have brought incredible books into the world and helped connect them with readers. And I always follow your advice, whether it's what you've published or what you've given awards to, or your criticism in the Times. It's really sort of like a guiding light for me. So it's really an honor to be here. As Erica mentioned, I come to this conversation both as a writer and as a literary programmer. And one thing I wanted to share is, so people would ask me how long it took me to write my first novel, Country of Origin. And one answer I give is that it took me 15 years. Another also truthful answer is to say that over 15 years I wrote several versions, very dramatically different books about the same characters. And I think looking back on it now, it's sort of easy to see what happened. In the early 2000s, when I was first starting to work on this book, my characters were devoid of any ethnicity markers. I think I was afraid of going there, honestly. I didn't really see in literature characters whose stories resembled my own. And now looking back, I wish I'd seen that as an invitation or sort of a path forward. But at the time, I was sort of like, well, that's not. Publishing isn't looking for writers like me. They're not looking for stories of Muslims or Arabs in America. I felt like the only Egyptian fiction writer that people could name, people that I knew, it was Naguib Mahfouz. Fast forward, so I guess essentially what I was trying to do is to predict the appetites of the literary market and what I was trying to write. And so it's like a form of self-censorship, I think, that I think is not uncommon for a lot of writers, especially writers trying to find their way into the world. Fast forward 25 years, I'm now at the Texas Book Festival. It's actually a new career path for me. I was for 25 years in the visual arts world, and so now I have 2 feet in the literary world, which feels wonderful. As Erica mentioned, our 29th Texas Book Festival is happening next weekend, November 16th and 17th. So if you're in Austin, please join us. It's a free public event. It will be in and around the Texas State Capitol. This year, BIPOC authors comprise 63% of our lineup, and 9 authors identify as Middle Eastern or North African, which I think is a real reflection that the literary market is now bringing so many more books to light by authors with my background, which is exactly what I was looking for in the late 90s and early 2000s when I was coming into writing. I just wanted to also touch on, although we might go there in the conversation, a lot of friends outside of Texas ask about the challenges of programming a book festival in Texas, and I honestly feel like we don't program as if our hands are tied. We do have a very diverse lineup, particularly this year, but for many years, more than half of the lineup has been BIPOC authors. This year, 27% of our authors identify as LGBTQIA+. The festival was founded by Laura Bush when she was the First Lady of Texas, and it is at the Texas State Capitol and has been since 1996. About 40% of our programming is inside the Capitol, and the rest is in nearby tents and in offsite venues. And I'll say, while we don't really have our hands tied, we're very strategic about where we put authors, where we host conversations. We do host conversations on book banning, but we do not do those in the Capitol. And out of respect for authors who identify as transgender, we also would not put them in the Texas State Capitol. So I feel like those are sort of the ways that we work around some of the challenges in the book festival world.
Amazing. So I guess to start, you're talking about the early 2000s and starting to write a book and self-censoring, and you're talking about a long career assigning book reviews before becoming a critic. And what are the most pronounced differences in the work that you do? It's hard to say with programming. I think there have been a lot of programming changes over the past years, but what do you think are what are the undercurrents that you really feel the most in your work?
You want to take it?
I think sort of what I touched on about just feeling like there's space and appetite for writers from underrepresented or historically underrepresented backgrounds in the publishing market, and I think you can speak to this by more than anybody, but just, that there's still a lot of work to do, but I feel like it's a great improvement over 25 years ago. Mm-hmm. And so that does feel like an invitation, and it feels, and it also, it helps a writer like myself not feel like I'm a token. I feel, it feels right, and, to have there are so many more Middle Eastern American writers writing today, publishing today, and that's what I was looking for a long time ago. And I just feel like it's just a more expansive space than it was.
I think, in terms of criticism, is the radical sense of aloneness I sometimes feel now. It used to be in this country, Reynolds Price, if anyone remembers Reynolds Price, a wonderful novelist out of North Carolina, wrote a memoir in the late 90s in which he said that when he was coming of age as a novelist, a good first novel in America might get about 110 to 120 reviews, right? And then he said, here I am in the 90s, my book might get 15 reviews, or a good first novel. And now I look around and it might be 3 or 4. And what's happened is, you all know it. I mean, newspapers across the country used to have book review sections, all of them. And there was all these alternative weeklies. Times critic really mattered. Newsweek's critic really mattered. All of these places really mattered. And it's all gone. And there's still a lot of good criticism happening, for sure. And I don't mean to denigrate that in the least. But books, it's harder for good books to get the attention they used to get. And it's harder for people like me. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't have a great deal of power. If you work for the New York Times, you have a big audience. So I can't deny there's a big audience that follows my byline just because it's in this newspaper that people read. But I don't like the increased power that I have because it's not good for books. It used to be, it's like you go to London, there are 7 daily newspapers, right? And a book comes out and this critic's saying this and there's this sense of conversation. They're all banging off each other and you can get a conversation going. I increasingly feel like I'm taking a yearbook photograph. You know, it's the one big review it's going to get sometimes. And I don't want to feel that way. It's not good for writing because you want to be free in your writing. You want to. And I do try to be free and tell and say what I feel, but it's become harder. And I feel like some week the New York Times Book Review should have on its front cover the death of the American Book Review. No one's come out and said it. I mean, I mean, there's still good critics, but by and large, it's a dying field. And AI is going to really hurt it too, I think.
So actually, just to tie both of your answers together. So right, when you're talking about, programmatically, we've got 63%, people of color, or LGBTQIA+. There's more opportunities. There's writers that, didn't exist when you were coming up. Now there's also less space, less and less and less space. What are the politics of criticism now that there's both an opportunity to change who people have access to, but less space? We know that like Sally Rooney received criticism from every single institution that does criticism. What does that mean for this new generation of writers, where you have huge, sort of publicity pushes from the 5 conglomerated institutions where they're in your face, you have relationships with them, you have known the publicist for 30 years. What is the onus to sort of try and navigate that so that you're not replicating literature of the 90s and something that maybe reflects the 90s back in 2024 when everything is shifted?
Of the 90s.
David Foster Wallace.
Right.
Go to Eshel Bach.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It was it was a real moment
Donna
where there
Tartt's
was
first novel.
It was also very little, like Colson Whitehead was writing, but you didn't have a lot of writers of color that were coming out in the same strong way. Zadie was huge in 2001, which was a real sea change. You hadn't seen anything like that book beforehand. And a lot of the criticism, when you look at how Tony was written about, there are many legendary reviews in the 80s and the 90s of her work that couldn't have been written today. And so, is there a corrective?
Well, Sally Rooney, as I know you know, is an anomaly. She's one of these writers who, the Venn diagram between popular fiction and literary fiction, she is perfectly placed. And I'm glad you mentioned Laura Bush, because I'd forgotten her. And it's interesting to draw this line between Laura Bush and, is it Jenna Bush, does the, yeah, I mean,
Barbara Bush was a book person too.
Yeah, but this is where a lot of power lies now in terms of, enormous power in terms of book sales. Critics are chirping in the darkness largely about, in terms of writing about literary fiction and trying to get these books into the arms of people. I don't think things have changed. I think that we are still trying to find, critics are the best writing they can find. And it's a great thing that the best writing is often from places where it wasn't before, and publishers are doing a better job of finding these writers, and it's a treat to be able to read their books and talk about them. That's what's changed. I mean, I'm a big believer in what people sometimes denigrate in the canon, as the canon. I just want the canon to be a lot larger, you know?
Yeah.
I like good writing, and that's all that really matters to me in the end.
Right.
I'm a good writing guy. Give me a good sentence, and I'm just in heaven for 5 minutes.
Totally, and but I'm just thinking about like Kiesi Lehman, for instance, was never reviewed for.
Who's this?
Kiesi Lehman.
Yep.
Newly minted as a genius. What, last year? You know, written heavy, written How to Kill Yourself Slowly, and then Long Division. But I think in 2012, when those books came out, he was reviewed by not. He had received the MacArthur before he'd been reviewed by a major outlet. And how are we working to sort of shift that? You know, these writers that actually have come, like Jasmine Kiesi.
Who published his first book? Do you remember?
It was an indie,
Yeah.
which is also a question of how do the indies
Right.
manage to. I mean, I just came out of an experience where I understand. Like, my publicist never didn't get a call back. I had a meeting with the New York Times, every list I had, because I was the power of Knopf and Pantheon and Doubleday.
Right.
Grey Wolf doesn't have that.
The hardest
So
thing,
how do you, like,
well, the
how do
hardest
we?
thing about being a critic, I get to review basically 4 books a month. I do 1 a week, sometimes 5. It's always easy to find the first 2 of the month because you just know the writers. Maybe Colson or Jesmond Ward has a new novel, and you're like, yep, that's for me. And then you take those 2 off, and then you're left with a lot of unknowns, and it's really hard to find the unknowns. I pick the books up and try to read 40, 50 pages, but you miss things. We have better eyes for the things we know than the things we've never seen before, and so our tendencies tend to go to the known thing. Just it's unconscious bias, you know. And but I do, and I know my colleagues do, take seriously the idea of trying to find, you know, that's the critic's biggest thrill, is to find the unknown thing and to celebrate it. I do write about Casey, his excellent stuff in my food book, because perfect for that.
I mean,
he's
Heavy
just one
was
of the great.
incredible.
Yeah.
Once Heavy came, and he was with he was with Kathy, and he was at Scribner. And so he had the power of Simon & Schuster behind him when that book came out, and it was a big deal, versus the smaller book that was getting tons of love in the community, but just didn't make it to the critical
I don't
apparatus.
especially revere the New Yorker. I mean, I respect the New Yorker, but I have a weird trick that I sometimes do. Sometimes indie presses will send me books, and they're not bound very well. They kind of don't look very good. The typefaces are a little funky, and it's clearly some person who really cares publishing it, and I try to take it seriously. For that reason, this may be a great book. And I translate the font into the New Yorker. Imagine I'm reading it in the New Yorker, and I'm like, well, this, and again, I don't venerate, the New Yorker's not my top, but maybe I'll do it Harper's or whatever magazine you think. But I'll imagine reading it in a really good magazine, and can this hold up? Like, is the prose somehow good? I do that as a kind of way to give the writer a little bit to lift them up a little bit before I start, you know? Anyway, I'm not sure it works, but anyway.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an interesting, changing thing. And so the same thing for programming. So it's actually a flip question than they had for Dwight. You know, when you're programming, right? And I had this conversation with Amanda Bullock, who's running the Portland Literary Festival, which just ended yesterday or 2 days ago.
Last weekend.
You know, so you're in these spaces. Do the audiences look like the books? Like we're making sure that everything is super, super diverse. We're making sure that, but it's like, but are we actually delivering these books to audiences that look like the panels?
That's interesting.
And if we're not, what does that mean?
Yeah, I was at the Portland Book Festival last weekend, and because I have this programming hat on, I was looking around at the audience as much as I was paying attention to the panels. And I think it's a function. I think you talked about this earlier about Portland, but it's not a very diverse city, and their audience does not look very diverse. When I came into the Texas Book Festival, there was sort of this. I guess people talked about our audience being sort of middle-aged white women, but we've recently engaged, it's a little creepy, but we have some AI data to inform who's actually coming to our festival. And it was what we got back from last year was actually really surprising. It was a lot younger, a lot more split, a pretty much 50-50 split between men and women, and it was a lot more diverse than we expected. So I do think, I mean, there's always work to be done, and we need to do more outreach. We want to do more outreach to Hispanic and Latino communities, especially here in Texas. And I don't think we're reaching as far as we could there, but it's better than I thought.
Yeah. You know, and I guess I was leading a little bit into, like, there's a problem you know, it's like we've got these mainstream institutions, right? Like it's like even for me, you know, when I was at Pantheon publishing books, right? It's like my sales force knows how to sell to the audience it knows, right? Your readership at the New York Times is your readership at the New York Times. You know, the people that are used to coming, right? It takes years to build a new audience. You know, how are we trying in this moment of demographic shift, right? Because again, I think under 12, it shifted 4 years ago to minority majority, right? And I think that 2040 is the year that the entire nation shifts. And so there is no universe in which we can do our jobs the way that we do them today in 14 years. And so what does that mean?
Well, I want to pick up on something you talked about in your keynote, which was these authors that are helping bridge young readers into adult readers. I think you mentioned Jason Reynolds and Elizabeth Acevedo and Jacqueline Woodson, who we've proudly featured at Texas Book Festival. And one part of our program outside of the festival is we bring in authors into Title I schools across the state, and they're majority Latino and Black students. And we are very intentional about the authors we're bringing in. We want the students to see themselves in the authors and in the books. So, I mean, it feels like I'm not literally patting myself on the back. It feels like we're doing that, but it is, you know, I feel like we're helping to do that work of trying to, you know, raise these readers into becoming adult readers and really like feeling like they can see themselves in literature.
Right.
I would add, I think you know this, Lisa, I don't have to tell you this, of course, but one of the enormous problems in publishing is that publishing salaries are so dismally low that people who aren't comfortable, don't have money, can't afford to work in them. I mean, you get paid $40,000 a year to start in most, or something like
60 minimum.
Is 60 minimum now? Well, I know someone who's paid lower than that.
But if you're at a big five.
Okay, but I know someone who's paid a lot less than that starting out. My point is that people can't afford to have these jobs. People who aren't wealthy or have parents supporting them can't afford to start out in publishing, and that's a big barrier to expanding the kind of people that get hired by these places. I don't know if you felt that way when you were
I've always had a sort of spicy take on that one, which is just sort of, I think a lot of young New Yorkers who don't want to work in publishing want to live in Williamsburg. I think, you know, when I grew up.
You mean they want to live in a great apartment?
They want to live someplace
right.
expensive. So it's like, you know, when I came up, my grandfather lived in College Point, Queens, which was a 20-minute bus ride from the last stop on the 7. And I made $27,000 a year at my job at The Source magazine, and that lasted like a year, and it was fine. And so I sometimes, every time somebody gives me that, I start looking up rents in Middle Village, Queens, and seeing if it would in fact be possible for them to live with a roommate for $55,000 a year and commute very quickly into the city. And it seems that they might be able to.
Maybe. I've heard lower, but I've got to say $45,000 in New York City doesn't go very far.
No, of course not.
It costs $50 to walk outside in New York City.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I think just to sort of my spicy take, I actually believe
I like a spicy take.
That you need that actually what the problem is not how much money they get paid when they first come in. It's an escalator up, because you can live with 4 roommates when you're 21 and 22, but you're not necessarily going to do it for 5 years. And so how do you make it so that you're actually making enough money over time that you can stay in publishing? So I think that it's retention.
It's been true of journalism as well. When I started, I was always glad the salaries were terrible, because it kept the assholes out. You know, I mean, the guys wouldn't work in journalism who wanted to make a lot of money, and it kept like really people who really were committed to being journalists to suffer and work for that much money. And I did that a lot when I was young. I really was broke. And you know, I was lucky to get hired at the New York Times when I guess I was 35, and to make a living wage finally in New York City. But anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, but I think it's an
saying.
interesting conversation, because I do think that there are issues across the board with how much people are being paid, right? Like, it's like if a company's a multi-billion-dollar global conglomerate and you can only give somebody who's working 80 hours a week $55,000 a year, sure, this is obviously not fair or just. But, you know, I wonder if some of the issues, I think sometimes we think that some of the issues in publishing come from a place that perhaps they don't. Because again, all of my 21-year-olds wanted to live in Fort Greene, Ridgewood, you know, and this is all deep insider Brooklyn neighborhoods.
Right.
But it's like, but I never encountered somebody who lived in the Bronx. in 3 years and 4 months at Pantheon, not one person who lived in the Bronx of the young people, not one that lived in deep Queens, not one that lived anywhere. And so it sort of seemed like an interesting question. But nonetheless, where they live or where they don't live, how do we invite people into these spaces? And how do we build up a new generation when I think people believe that journalism is dying? I think the people are not feeling super, like the book is like it's like they think, oh, I go get a job in tech and I might have a career. People don't think like, oh, I'm gonna go get a job in books, I'm definitely gonna be stable and okay. So how do we try to bring people into these jobs as programmers, as writers, as critics, as editors?
Well, I don't work in publishing, so it's hard for me to say it.
Adjacent. I always think of publishing as adjacency.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that, like the Times has made a real effort. I mean, the book review is a very diverse place these days, and the critics who are assigned to write in the book review are a very diverse group of people. I just think it's like everything in life, constant applied effort, and care about it and think about it and make it a priority.
Right, and I think also we're diversifying in a very specific way. We're racially diversifying our spaces. Do we have more people who came from CUNY or from state colleges? I don't know, actually, if we have as much of that. I don't know if we have as many rural, people
As
who
someone
are
from
coming
West Virginia, I'm always so happy when I meet someone at the Times who's from University of Texas, let's
Yes,
say.
yes.
Everyone at the Times from Harvard or Yale or Brown, or Princeton. And not everyone, but almost everyone. And,
people used to yell at me. I hired a lot of white people, and they were like, well, and I was like, well, because they went to Fordham. Because they went to state school, in Northern California, and nobody knows the name of the school. And that, to me, is incredible diversity.
Yep.
In terms of a pipeline coming into like the Texas Book Festival, there are not a lot of organizations that serve the literary arts in Austin and Central Texas, maybe in Texas more broadly. So we are fortunate to have a lot of talented young people that want to be in the industry, that are book lovers or writers. And so, obviously we're very intentional about the staff that we build, and we have hired a pretty diverse staff.
Great. So in terms of things that make you optimistic for the future of books, what are some things that really make you feel like 10 years from now we're going to be all right? Or things that you see people starting to do that make you feel like things are going to be all right?
I mean, I feel great about independent publishing. My debut came out from an indie publisher here in Texas, Deep Vellum. And a lot of what I read comes out from independent publishers. I know that they face challenges and have the same sort of return on investment issues that Big Five has as well. But I also feel like there are a lot of really kind of nimble operators in that space, and a lot of really amazing books that are coming out from that world.
Absolutely. How about you?
I worry, especially after Tuesday night, I worry that I live in a bubble. I mean, I really do. Only because I live in New York City, and everyone's got a book on the subway, or increasingly, alas, it's a tablet. But,
I count every day, and it's gotten bleak.
I hate tablets so much. There's nothing more romantic and groovy than seeing like an interesting person at the other end of the subway with a really good book. It was just great.
It was how people met each other.
I know. You don't know what they're reading, so it's a real drag. But I see so much literacy around me, people carrying books everywhere. And then I come to a town like Austin where it feels the same. I am from West Virginia. I did live there for a year, a couple years ago, because I'm working on a book about the state. There was a good bookstore. It closed while I was there. There are not many bookstores in West Virginia. It's not an extremely literate state. I found out, before I went, I asked the New York Review of Books what what their circulation was in West Virginia. Anyone could guess, but it was 225, which I would guess that a third of those are libraries.
And he's Southern.
What's that?
The guy who owns New York Review of Books. Southern.
Oh yeah, I know. Anyway, I've forgotten where I was going with that, except to say that I feel optimistic all the time. I mean, it's because I'm around people who love books, and I worry that my sense of it is blinkered. I don't know if you guys feel the same way.
I do, yeah.
I'm not feeling super optimistic at present, but I'm sure that'll pass.
I don't know.
No, I'm kidding. I do. I am always optimistic about books.
Reading a book now feels like an act of resistance in a weird way. So maybe maybe it will spur a kind of revival. I don't know.
So let's talk about audience. We were moving units. in the 90s, right? I mean, it's just like we were talking earlier about David Foster Wallace, right? Like, think about, like, you know, that moment. Like, what else was coming out that year? DeLillo, like, you know, around that time you had, like, White Noise, Roth is still publishing, you know, there were, you know, Zadie was a phenomena, right? You know, all of these things were happening. The audience quite literally doesn't exist the way that it did.
When you say moving units, how many?
I mean, you were selling millions of copies of these books, hundreds of thousands. Now, I mean, to sell 100,000 copies of a book, you know, Sally may have gotten it done this year. James might have sold that.
I had a book come out this year, and it did really well in the sense that it was very well reviewed, and you know, I made a fair amount of cultural noise, and I got my sales figures, and it's sort of a rounding error of what James Patterson sells in like Cleveland, you know, and so it's hard out there.
Well, no, I mean, I can't, I won't, you know, I'm not going to sit here and give you everybody's body count, but like, you know, the reality is, it's like, you know, it's like the book you think is so exciting sold 60,000 copies.
And you also
in America, and so. You know, what do we do with that?
You forget how writers struggle, too. You read a piece, oh, he was paid or she was paid $500,000 for this book, and you think they're rich. Well, it's going to take them often 6 years to write it, and they get a little bit up front and some in the middle, and it's hard to...
4 payments.
Anyway.
And one is 1 year after pub.
So, anyway, writers are not doing that well either. Sorry I interrupted you, Lisa.
No, you didn't at all.
I'm not sure how to solve it. Do you have ideas for how we
broaden
broaden
the
audience again?
You know, I think, you know, I guess a question and maybe a thought at the same time is, you know, I think that, I remember I used to ask people, I'd moderate a lot of, you know, conversations with authors, and you'd be like, so who do you write to? And, you know, 9 times out of 10, I write for myself. I write, you know, I satisfy my muse. You know, it's like, how could I dare imagine what you might think of me when I write something, otherwise it's not pure. I wonder if we have to tap into what people actually want a little bit. And are we doing that? And if we aren't doing that, what are some ways in which we might? Without sacrificing, you know, and again, sorry, I'm moderating and not on the panel, but it's like at the National Book Foundation, the job was never to dumb the books down. The job was never to get the more commercial book on the list. The job was to make it appealing for the world that I was actually talking to, people that I was actually talking to who were like, I don't give a shit about this book. And you were like, okay, hold up, but let me tell you why. And that was the job. And so how do we, you know, are we changing the ways that we are offering invitations? Because the landscape that we live in right now is different from 5 years ago.
Well, again, I'm not in publishing, but I get, I mean, everyone knows.
This is critical. This is about appealing from a, like.
But if you're going to publish books in the United States, you've got to have some writers who are going to sell. And often those writers, you have these really sophisticated people going to publishing, and they find out they have to sell these books that they probably wouldn't read themselves. I mean, romantic fantasy now is the biggest genre, you know, just about in the United States. And a lot of people in publishing would rather not publish that kind of thing. I'm not looking down on it. I'm just saying that it's not the kind of thing they went into publishing to do. And but if you don't have that writer, you may not be able to subsidize your more literary writers.
Sure.
There's a publishing house right now, grand old leftist publisher Verso, that may go out of business. And it's a great publishing house, venerable. And its problem is it doesn't have any big books to be the tent poles to keep the smaller books alive. And that's the reason it may go out of business. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I kind of alluded to this in my opening piece, but I find it paralyzing as a writer to try to predict what the market wants. And I'm kind of there again with my second novel. It's like, how do I break out? You know, how do I make something that's a little bit, I don't know, that just like reaches a wider audience? And I don't know, that kind of algorithm feels very challenging for a creative person.
I don't know how to ask a writer to please the audience better, other than to be in conversation with someone.
Right.
Right. Like that I think is a trickier conversation. But I think as a programmer, you know, I think, and you actually kind of got exactly where I was thinking. Is like, if we don't take what readers are taking seriously.
This has been a big shift in the book review, in the Times Book Review. If you read it, it's much more committed in the way the food section is to level the playing field. If you're into it, it's good, basically.
Yeah,
you know? And I'm not sure there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I consider myself to some degree an elite reader, only in the sense that I like I'm looking for the best. I mean, that's what critics do. There's a reason that the food critic for the New York Times doesn't review Olive Garden. You know, there's a reason. And I'm not. I can go to Olive Garden.
Pete kind of did. Pete actually.
Well, he may have done it once as a.
Pete brought a lot of people into the criticism because he actually would go to the places where my step grandparents would go eat, and
yeah,
they
he may have done it
actually
once
took
or
him
twice.
more seriously.
Yeah. Well, and my point is just that as a critic, you're often looking to single out the stuff that's really going to move the culture forward. And it's the best writing we have today, is what I feel like my job is kind of to do. And often that isn't the kind of stuff that's on the bestseller list. And yet the book review, like the food section, the Times is now really deeply about service as well as being about journalism. It's about telling you how to live your life a little better. And the food section will cover the waterfront, not just, I mean, as we all know, food used to be was fancy French food that at the time was reviewed in the 90s. Those were the restaurants that were big. And now you get the food section and it's everything in the world. And that's probably a good thing. And the book review is moving in the same direction. And I have mixed feelings about it.
Yeah.
But I sort of understand that this audience that wants to read dramatic fantasy wants to be served as well. And
right.
Anyway, it's complicated.
I always worried at the foundation if I said, that book that you're reading is stupid.
I know.
I think it's stupid.
That's what I do for a living.
But if I treat something that, if I treat the book that you love that way, and you love it, you really do love it, will you ever trust me when there's something that I want you to read?
Right. That's why.
If you can't meet me where I am, can I meet you where you are?
That's why it's important to have critics who work for at least a decade or so, because you get to know their foibles and what they like, what they don't like. And you can say, oh, X hated this, but I know I'm going to like it because X always hates this thing, and I know I like it. Anyway, it's important to have voices you recognize. You can track over time and sort of, use them as a barometer.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Totally.
And I guess I would add that, on the programming side, that the Texas Book Festival is pretty capacious. We have 280 authors coming next weekend. It's still, it's a selection process. I think we considered over 1,200 books to get to that, but we do have a little bit of everything. And so, those romantasy fans will come and they will find the authors.
That's the phrase I was looking for.
Romantasy,
yeah,
thank you. That's a big thing, yeah. I haven't read any yet. Maybe I will this year. But,
it's
we'll also...
It's not my thing either, but it's like, but again, I can't tell you to read books if I won't read what you read.
Right. Yeah. So
to me.
Yeah. So I think we do have literary fiction. We have romantasy. So what should we read? What romantasy should be our gateway into this genre?
I think that the Sarah J. Maas lady is the one, not the the one Rebecca Yarros.
Okay.
The Court of Thorn and Roses was a little too filthy fairy for me.
That's the genre I want to read more of. The filthy fairy genre.
They're doing it. Now we should open up to some questions from Not Me. And we've got one right here.
So this is fascinating. A lot of talk about kind of encouraging new writers, getting them into print, and getting them connected to readers. Speaking from the Ransom Center perspective, we're very much on a trailing end of this enterprise. And we're very much trying to forecast who's going to be read in 10 years, 25 years. Dwight, this may be a question more for you. You're practicing criticism at the moment, the very first moment. But I'm wondering about any of your perspectives on that trailing end of readership that will help a book last over time.
Right. What are the Ransom Center's biggest misses? Who did you collect a ton of that no one reads anymore? You won't tell us, but there must be some. I don't think about history. I try not to. I'm sure I do. But someone once said to me, for example, I was on a panel with other critics, and they said, the reviews that last, in the sense the reviews that ever last, but some do, tend not to be the negative ones, he said, in this case. And I can't think that way, because if you're looking at posterity, you're already kind of screwing up. You just got to live in the here and now. You got to say what you think. You got to go do it. And so you're looking for stuff that speaks in literary terms, the here and now. And yet we all know, reading a really good writer, you can feel just the deep reserves a great writer has, and you start to feel that this is going to be. as interesting to read in 20 years as it is right now because of just the close observation of humanity, right, that good fiction has. So yeah, you're aware of it. I mean, do you ever read a book and think someday I'll want to have that at the Ransom Center? Yeah, right.
Yeah, all the time.
You just put your money where your mouth is. Yeah, right.
Did you know, one of the things that I think is interesting that's been missed is comics. You know, people didn't realize what Mouse was until it won the Pulitzer. People didn't understand what Marjane Satrapi was doing. And I think that there's a whole, I published a bunch of comics. None of them got reviewed ever. And they're masterworks. And they last, and these kids are all growing up reading manga. And so it's interesting, you know, sort of how, like, we don't always pay attention to what the young generation is doing. And there's not this continuum. So it's interesting.
I was wondering what the current financial health is of the publishing industry in the U.S. I mean, I've heard about the consolidation among major publishers, but are the romantasy books plus the Jack Reacher books, etc., selling enough so that publishers are actually making money these days, or are they?
Publishers are definitely making money. So the reality of the ways that publishing makes money is, right, like 60% is backlist. So if I'm, publishing Mouse, I'm not buying Mouse that year. I'm not putting Mouse in production. I'm not printing, copies of Mouse. I'm not spending all of that money that I'm normally going to spend. And so if it's selling 600,000 copies a year, and I don't do anything other than just make sure that we satisfy replenishments, that's just cash, right? So if you own, and a lot of these things haven't gone out of copyright, To Kill a Mockingbird, things that are highly assigned schools, things that, are constantly read. Attached is a self-help book that is basically like printing money, because every single person who's ever had a breakup has immediately gone to a therapist and immediately gone to the bookstore and been like, am I an avoidant? Right? And that's what keeps publishing healthy. The front end is basically your risk. So I make bets, or I used to make bets. I say, okay, I've got this book by LeVar Burton. I think that this many Americans are going to want to read it. And so I'm going to splash out this much cash because I think I can recoup it. Now, I'm going to lose, if I make 20 bets, I'm going to lose 19 times. But just like venture capital, I'm hoping that that one bet is $1 million bet. And then I'm actually adding on, and then I've added on to that 60% of my backlist that I'm going to be making every year. And then I'm actually growing that pie. And that gives me more flexibility in every given year. Now, sometimes you have super hits. So 50 Shades of Grey, right, was an enormous book. I mean, it was like 10 million, it was some like unprecedented level of sales. Now, this one book and the number of people who read it all at one time was the difference between whether or not Penguin bought Random House or Random House bought Penguin. 50 Shades of Grey left Random House so flush that in a moment where we knew they were going to consolidate, it actually created so much cash that Random bought Penguin. And so Marcus Dole, then the CEO, comes and takes over PRH. And so, you're really baselining at this, at this backlist and how much that kicks off. Mm-hmm. And if you're a place like PRH, which is, and that's why the consolidation is happening. The consolidation is often just the acquisition of backlist. You don't necessarily want staff. You don't want more heads. You don't want more, sorry, I thought that was like a rat. It was my shadow. So spring is not coming soon. But basically, you're not like with all of these, Simon & Schuster was just bought by KKR, and like, are they buying it because they want 3,000 new employees and they think that publishing is the most profitable thing? If it all falls apart, you own half of the most important books that are taught to every single American school child and college forever. And, and these terms are forever. You can renegotiate 50 years if you're living. Sometimes, there's been deals where, You can renegotiate the licensing depending on how the deal was done in the front end, but you're ultimately just like, you're trying to just buy as much as you can buy and get as much of that to work, and then throwing it in the backlist, which gives you power to keep buying stuff that's going to kick. And then there's also the short term. Celebrity is how you make sure that you can, those books are co-written, they're fast, you do the deal, there's a built-in audience, and so you're seeing a lot of celebrity coming out every week, every celebrity, because you can always, you see them on the bestseller list for 2 or 3 weeks, but that's an easy way to say, I paid $3 million, I kicked back $5 million, and it was a 1-year job. And nobody's ever going to buy that book, and it doesn't really have anything to do with the backlist at all, because it's like people aren't reading Monica Lewinsky's My Life. But they did that year.
You mentioned Mouse. I shouldn't tell this anecdote, but I will anyway. I used to share a agent with Art Spiegelman just for a short time. I don't anymore. And my agent, yeah, my agent sent me his royalty checks by mistake, and it was like opening the box in Pulp Fiction. Like light hit my face, you know. And you know, I closed it back up and sent them back. But you know, backlist, you know, it's a big deal. So anyway.
I mean, when you've got a book like that, I mean, but it's like, but there's millions and millions of copies sold. But it's like, but I think people just think that like books, people don't understand the business of books, and that's something that we talked about earlier in this morning session. You know, it's just like understanding sort of like how this all works. But it also is important, and I'm sorry to go on and on, buy books. Buy books week 1 hardcover. Because the reality is, if you actually give a shit about it, do you know what I mean? It's like, these are people's lives. And like, it's like, there will be less of what you want if you don't buy that book week 1. Like, if I could have gotten every single person I knew, thousands of people, to buy Chain Gang All-Star week 1, it would have changed everything. And that book did very well. So I'm not even talking about like a book that was a loser. But, you know, but it's like, you know, I got a book onto the bestseller list and I sold 3,462 copies.
In a week?
In 1 week.
Yeah.
That's how many copies of a book it takes to get it on the bestseller list at the bottom. Nonfiction. Do you understand how much power that is for every single person in this room? Because the minute you get that #1 bestseller, it sells more books. Or if it hasn't been reviewed, and I was fighting for a review for this book that I got on the bestseller list, and then I got my review. So you have power to sort of like, if you have politics around what you want to see thriving, buy the book. Buy it. Right there. Yeah.
I guess just on a positive note, I was curious. I'm a writer from Canada, literary writer.
Canadian.
I've done Canadian. I've done the circuit, and I was actually, and one of the big fears I have, and I think I've heard a lot today, is that like nobody wants what we're selling, you know. But when I came to the Texas Book Festival last year, I was actually like really staggered at what was going on here. Like, it's a really healthy, soothing festival. And I don't really know how the numbers compare to other numbers and so on, but I saw like a very large, diverse, like ages, all the you know, the things, who seem to be like going to events, thinking about like different, it really felt like, oh, anyway, I was left going my perspective and being like, what's different in the water in Austin? What are they doing differently? And I don't know if it's just like the scale, like as you say, there are a lot of writers here, but I was curious about that. Do you think things work well at the festival? And if so, what do you think, what choices are you and your colleagues making that help turn people on?
Well, it's great to hear that feedback. I think having a free public event that you know, might have some of those big names that draw people in, but then leaves lots of room for discovery. That's part of what works really well. So you might come next weekend to see Malcolm Gladwell, but then there are, you know, another 218 sessions you could visit over the course of the weekend and find your new favorite writers. Yeah, I think that, I mean, Austin's also like a festival town. I think we love our festivals. There is just sort of like, it is one of the biggest book festivals in the country too, and this is the 29th year, so we've had a lot of time to build on a brand that's been strong for quite a while. You'll come back next weekend? Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this conversation. I have a question about where the writers are coming from and the industry behind the industry. And we haven't talked about MFA programs. And I just wonder if you would speak to what it means to, I don't know, see writers coming through that system differently, or the expectation that they should need to. If you would just sort of say, what do you think the proliferation of programs like MFA programs are having?
I mean, you might have the best take on this as
I
a
was
publisher.
I'm like trying to minimize myself, but the MFA apparatus. I love MFAs. I love MFA programs. I think they're deep, rigorous, wonderful, essential places for, intensive practice, learning, community, and support. I think that we are an industry full of gatekeepers. And I think that we have not made room in our hearts for people who have not come through the cosign system. And so I wouldn't ever get rid of the MFAs. I would simply say that we need to open up our capacity. Like, it's like, I think, you can have these sterling writers, these incredible talents who came up in totally different ways. And because it's so hard to get anyone's attention, the agents are overwhelmed, the publishers are overwhelmed, the critics are overwhelmed, the festivals are going through 1,200 books. And they like these, Lydia Millett was my teacher, and I have a blurb from her, and so that's going to make me program because it's all we trust. And so it's been really harmful, I think, for people who don't come from communities, and that's like rural, like all different kinds of communities that don't find value in paying for that kind of degree, or don't have the appetite for debt. And I do think that there's like a real punitive. I also think that those MFAs have really shifted a lot. I think Iowa has done a lot of great work sort of balancing things. I think it was a really gnarly system for years for people who came from not fancy backgrounds. Like, I don't forget about race, actually, just like, I think people just had atrocious experiences. And I think that now that it's a lot more welcoming, I think it is like it is more open in that way. But I still think that you have people who are just resistant to paying for grad school and only so many fellowships.
I'm old enough to remember when people really looked down on MFA programs. They really did when I was coming up as a writer and critic. It's funny, I pay attention when I read that a writer went through Iowa or went through the Stegner program at Stanford, only because...
or Michener.
Yeah, right, of course, but they're hard to get into. So there's been some winnowing already done for me. And people ask why the big publishers get more reviews. Well, everyone wants to get published by them, so they get first pick of all the best stuff. There's a reason why Frost, Strauss, and Drew, and Knopf, and Pantheon their books are great.
I actually don't think our books are better.
Well, I do. But FSG at any rate, and I think Knopf. Anyway, by and large, they get first pick. Is my point. So
I think that's really troubling, and I experienced it. I was so angry at how much favor I got from the media because I was Pantheon, and I thought it was really unfair that I could be so new. And I could have a whole new list. And I got so much media attention, and there were better books coming from smaller places. And I was like, I know that it's because Michiko's been doing this job for 30 years.
Well, good books come from everywhere, of course. My point is that,
I just felt it. I felt the preference. I enjoyed it. I benefited
but houses,
from it.
big literary houses like Penguin or FSG, Frost, Strauss, and Drew, they get to pick what they want to pick because they can afford to do that, and they tend to skim off a lot of the high-level talent. But you're right; it comes from everywhere.
But it's also interesting because, like Valeria Louis, they're not discovering any of it. It's the critical apparatus that's actually missing it. They missed Valeria until Jordan got it at Knopf. They missed. What everybody missed until Knopf got
You're pretending
it.
there's an apparatus. I'm still a critical apparatus in America.
Well,
there isn't.
my brother's a critic, so I talk to him all the time. He's a critic at the New Yorker, book critic. So I do think that there is a way that these things happen. But, again, this idea that Knopf discovered Valeria, this idea that actually Knopf did Jhumpa Lahiri, It was HMH.
No, I'm
It
not
was
saying
Becky.
discovered. I'm
Do
just
you know
saying
what I mean?
we're able
it's
to publish.
So it's really interesting because most of the most excellent things that the critics missed actually came out of someplace else. Percival Everett, for years. I mean, so it's interesting because it's like I don't actually know that the best stuff is. I thought I was getting the most cooked stuff, not the
But
best.
couldn't you publish what you wanted to? I mean, if you saw something great, couldn't you publish it?
That's a question for another day. No.
That's sad.
Yeah, I should have had clearance.
I have a question that just wants to stitch together the kind of academic and English department and readership, because I feel like we're having a siloed conversation between publishing and the public audience and academia and what gets taught. In an earlier session, one of the panelists was talking about how the top 10 books, you're talking about the power of the backlist that can keep publishers fat and happy, because To Kill a Mockingbird is a top 10 book, and that literally got mentioned today earlier. So number one, was there a fight, or is there a fight to try to get that new book into the schools so that it can power a backlist? And does that succeed ever? And should there be more active collaboration between academic English departments and the publishing world? And should there be more teaching of contemporary literature so that we can grow an innovative ecosystem in which, there's more English majors, or there's more things like, do we have to abandon the past to secure our future? That's my question. A little, because if people are still reading Austen, these are all authors I revere, so I'm not like,
Sure.
It's a question, like, are we reading and revering still a white English canon in departments across this country, and not seeing the need to keep the whole system alive by making some radical changes to what gets taught in the academy versus out in the publishing?
I would just say very quickly, I think that's what your book banning conversation is about. I think the canon started to change in 2017 in terms of what we taught. I think in 2020, everybody was like, we got it done. And then I think you see the most forceful rejection of that I've ever seen right around the time 1619 comes out.
The critic Clive James said that if you want to make poetry popular again, ban it, because he just felt that kids might think there's something to it after all. But anyway.
Yeah. But I think it's like this is the culture war. I mean, I don't even know how to answer that question, but this is the culture war that we're dealing with right now. Is it on schools to be more thoughtful, like the sales force at Penguin Random House or Hachette, or there's a sales rep that talks to academia all the time. Like this is like a very robust system because it's huge sales. I mean, it's like we fight for first reads. Is that what it's called? First reads, like the school campus-wide reads. This is enormous. To get an entire college to read a book, I mean, we spend so much time being like, can we get this book? Can we get Layla Lalami? Can we get this person, right? Can you do it? It's huge, 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 huge. It's a bookmaker. You can make your P&L immediately if you can get that. But you've got to get people to care, and you've got to get the sales force to want to do the stuff that's harder and to really make the pitch for Interior Chinatown, which is a more difficult book, or for Pachinko, or for like, what's his name? Justin Taylor. Do you know what I mean? Who's like, I think like sort of doing postmodern work in a way that like most writers aren't doing these days. You just. One time for one more, I think. Okay, somebody's very excited about it. And don't ask me the question, ask them the question. If it's for me, then we're moving on.
Yeah, the question is for all of you. I'm curious to know if you all have rituals that you do go through to prepare to read a new work, like as a critic or as an editor or as a literary programmer. How do you approach them with the same or similar emotional baseline?
I'm unemployed, so I don't have a process, but you all can go.
I have a lucky coffee mug that I use on deadlines, so I write my reviews. It's from The Guardian. in the UK. But no, my process is that I sit down once a week with a big stack of books, and I try to read 20, 30 pages in each one. I'll read the first 10 pages, of course, because if a writer isn't on the ball enough to realize that they've got to hook the readers fairly early, and not a hook with a story, hook with just a tone of voice, hook with smarts and intelligence, I'll always read the first 10. Then I'll normally flip to page 78 and read 10 pages there, maybe flip to the back. So that's my process, once a week to do that.
Similar, when I'm in programming mode with the festival, the first 20 to 30 pages of a lot of books. I can't do it the same day because I feel like I need a little bit of a break and maybe I don't have the same time pressure, so I have a little bit of luxury to have space around that. And then it's the books that kind of I keep thinking about that I don't necessarily, like if something kind of moves up the chain and we have selection committees that are reviewing it, that work is getting done. But I don't want to stop at 20, 30 pages for many of the books that I really love. So I think it's that, I can't stop thinking about it, that I'm excited to pick it up again, usually after the festival is done.
Amazing. So a round of applause for these two. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here, and buy lots of books, please.
Thank you. Thanks.
I just want to say, at 3:30 we again will actually be talking about comic book, young adult, and non-academic. So please join us for that, and we'll see you then.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have to project a little bit since I'm reading over my notes here. But welcome, everybody, to our last session this afternoon in the 2024 Flair Symposium, Literature and Change. We've had a very busy day, and I couldn't think of a better way to wrap up our conversation today than with this incredible group of scholars and writers to talk about non-academic writing communities, readers and writers who often think that they live in the margin, but actually are very mainstream and part of everyday conversations. So I'm really looking forward to hearing everybody's perspective. I just have a few housekeeping notes, a reminder that we have our third keynote address for the Flair Symposium this evening. Ayad Akhtar will be speaking at the AT&T Conference Center at 6 p.m. We do have seats that are available, so if you haven't registered, you can do so on our website or just go to the AT&T Center and get your spot. And also we have First Light is selling a number of different titles right outside of the auditorium, so if you haven't perused and looked at the publisher for whom these books are published and think strategically about them, as we've been talking about all afternoon, do so and continue reading even into tomorrow's conversations. So I have the pleasure of introducing our very distinguished group of speakers today. And I'm going to start with Domino Perez here on our far end. Domino is the professor in the English department of English and the Center for Mexican American Studies here at UT Austin. She specializes in young adult fiction, Mexican American and Latinx literature, 20th and 21st century American literature, film, popular culture, and cultural studies. Perez's 2022 book, Fatherhood in Borderlands, quote, reveals a shifting tension in the literal and figurative borderlands of popular narratives and shows how form, genre, and subject work to determine the roles Mexican-American fathers are allowed to occupy. That's from UT Press. Her book, There Was a Woman, La Llorona, from Folklore to Popular Culture, from UT Press as well, examines the weeping woman, one of the most famous figures in U.S. Mexican folklore. She has also co-edited the book Race and Cultural Practice in Popular Culture from Rutgers University in 2018. And next to her is Frederick Luis Alduma. He is the Jacob and Frances Sanger Mosiker Chair in Humanities at the University of Texas in Austin, founder and director of Latinx Pop Lab. He is the editor-in-chief of Flower Song Press as well, an award-winning author, co-author, editor, and co-editor of dozens of books and book series, including Latino Graphics and Brown Ink, which publish Latinx graphic fiction and nonfiction. He is a producer, again, and co-creator of the first documentary on Latinx comic book superheroes. His most recently published works include the novel The Absolutely Almost True Adventures of Max Rodriguez, graphic novels Labyrinths Born Through Fences, as well as the forthcoming comic book Protoclastic and the Steampunk Era Chronicles. So we're very happy to have you here. And of course, our last panelist here is Andrew Denman, who's a lecturer in the Department of English at St. Jerome's University in Waterloo, Ontario. So thank you for traveling down to Texas. His research focuses on comics as a medium, and he has published numerous works in Critical Survey of Graphic Novels, American Visual Memoir after the 1970s, and many more recent prizes, including the 2024 Eisner Award for Best Academic Scholarly Work for his most recent book, The Claremont Rung, Subverting Gender in the X-Men. So congratulations. And then moderating our conversation is Jennifer Wilks, who is the Associate Professor of English and African Diaspora Studies and Comparative Literature here at UT Austin. Her book, Carmen in Diaspora, Adaptation, Race, and Opera's Most Famous Character, in which her cultural history of Carmen adaptations set in African diaspora contexts is forthcoming from Oxford University Press. And I know we've had a conversation about your work here at the Ransom Center, which helped to inform that. Good. I hope that was our conversation. As many other things that she does here at UT Austin, she's also the co-director of the Texas Institute for Literary and Textual Studies, whose theme was reading race in literature and film. And lastly, in 2019, Wilks chaired Black Studies at 50, 1968-1969, UT's second biennial Black Studies Conference. So what a wonderful conversation. And I turn it now over to you. And please help me welcome our esteemed guests.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you, Steve, for inviting me to participate. The symposium thus far has asked us to think about the art and commerce of literature, its dissemination to lay readers, and its inclusion or not in classrooms. It strikes me as fitting that these questions all connect to the topic now at hand, that of non-academic reading communities. In the spirit of the symposium's second keyword, change, we might be tempted to think of non-academic reading communities as a recent phenomenon, or at least one dating back to, say, the advent of Oprah's book club in the mid-1990s. At that time, I was a bookseller at Border Store number 114, and I remember managers launching into action mode when the email or gasp fax would come in from Ann Arbor with news of Oprah's latest pick. Additional stock would arrive, end caps would be re-merchandised, and prominent display tables refreshed to entice local members of Oprah's 15 to 20 million member strong virtual community. But just as Oprah's book club preceded Reese's and Jenna's, so other forms of non-academic reading communities formed and flourished well before hers. In her work, Forgotten Readers, Recovering the Lost History of African American Literary Societies, scholar Elizabeth McHenry insists on, quote, the importance of changing our focus from formal to informal institutions, official to unofficial venues, familiar to unfamiliar definitions of literacy, end quote, in order to fully appreciate how African Americans encountered and engaged with literature between the height of the anti-slavery movement and the Harlem Renaissance. In the presentations and conversations to follow, my colleagues will invite us to think collectively about how contemporary non-academic reading communities continue this work of making space for those who feel unwelcome or, quite frankly, are uninterested in formal or official literary venues. Their remarks in our online conversation before today included the intimacy of the domestic sphere, as well as the expanse of the digital space, the vibrancy of cons and gatherings in comic book stores, the possibility as well as the peril of large-scale, unbounded gatherings. I look forward to learning from them and from our ensuing conversation. Thanks. Oh, so I think, let me just check the program. Yes, so Andrew, we'll start with your presentation, please.
Thank you. So I'm here to talk to you about what has been my major project for the last few years, which is public-facing social media scholarship. I'm bringing something like academic discourse into online social media spaces and the sort of good and bad of that. Eventually. Yeah. Okay, so my first foray into this was the Claremont Run, which was a SSHRC-sponsored micro-publishing initiative, which just means that we would publish threads of scholarly analysis or highlighting other scholars' work on literally Twitter. And I'm aware of why that's a problem, which we can hopefully talk about today at some point. We did well. We accumulated 18,000 followers, which is pretty good for an academic project. And at our peak, we were doing 1 to 2 million impressions per month. So we talk a lot in academic fields about reach and the problem of attaining it. And I'm sure you know some of the stats that Clay Shirky has talked about in terms of what our average journal readership is. Reaching a large volume of audience isn't necessarily reaching the right people. That's very negotiable, but it is something. We also created a YouTube channel featuring video essays that have accumulated at this point 85,000 views. And one of the things that I'm most proud of is that through the technology of social media, we've been able to create an ongoing dialogue between me, leading scholars, creators, and the public, all in the same space. So instead of having academic discussions and creator discussions and fan discussions, we can all just talk to each other in the comment section. And thus, anything I'm posting, any observation or analysis, is getting a multifaceted response from a variety of stakeholders who are often traditionally siloed. I also, for this project, undertook a lot of content analysis using extensive coding of specific data points used within a mixed methods research methodology, which is kind of cool if anyone's not familiar with this. We were used as the data set for Tidy Tuesday in the data visualization community. So it's like a big event they do on social media where they play around with somebody's data set. They chose ours for one point, and they made just beautiful infographics out of my work. But for mixed methods research, the thing that's kind of remarkable in my eyes is that data isn't used as a point of evidence. It's not used to prove a point that you've already made. Data is used as a prompt to steer your analysis, which creates a lot of sort of new opportunities and eliminates certain things like confirmation bias in a lot of compelling ways. And if anyone's not familiar with that, I strongly recommend John Creswell's book, Research Methodologies. It's very illuminating. The Twitter/X threads for this project then formed the basis for a monologue published by the University of Texas Press, graciously supported by Fred Aldama. That was the recipient of the 2024 Eisner Award for Best Scholarly Publication. It sold out in Canada by noon of day one. I'm from Canada. So thank you very much for having me, because it's real cold in November. So my point here in like this kind of like
bragging sort of way, is there is no doubt in my mind that the very large social media profile I had, the fact that people knew the name of the project certainly helped sales and absolutely probably helped voting when it comes to something like an Eisner Award. So there were very material benefits, I guess is my point. I've also started work shifting away from that project to a broader project called Sequential Scholars, which is a more recent initiative. The grant application for this is currently awaiting adjudication, so fingers crossed that Canada wants to fund this. And it's going to focus on all graphic narrative. We're already underway. It's already focusing on all graphic narrative, just highlighting different observations about different books over the course of week to week, basically. This is co-created with Dr. Anna Papard, who is the editor of Supersex, a really brilliant comic scholar who I've had the pleasure of working with for years. We're already at 6,000 followers and a YouTube channel with 5,000 views. So again, kind of creating those inroads, at least building an audience. Again, questions about who that audience is and the value of it, but an audience is an audience. What it looks like. So our microblogging consists of threads, which are usually 6 to 14 posts long, 280-ish characters of text, alongside a visual image, which is especially great for doing comic studies analysis, because we can visually quote the stuff we're working with. Subjects can be analysis, we can do close readings, we can provide historical information, or we can often provide like a sort of highlight of another scholar's full article, which is great because then we can hyperlink to it. So I can say, you should read this scholar's wonderful essay, and they have to press a button, and it takes them there, which is, again, kind of a powerful thing to do as opposed to looking something up on a Works Cited page. Each thread affords a comment section where followers or casual people intersecting with it can dialogue with each other and with myself. Again, the ability to bring in various stakeholders into discussion with each other. The good, asymmetric scholarship, which means that I'm not just talking to people, they can talk back to me. It's a living thing, as opposed to, I mean, the usual delays I'm sure you know in the publishing cycle can be very damaging to the ability for the Academy to reach people with any kind of alacrity. It's openly accessible, it's free. It's not really free, but it's technically free. Easy visual integration, as I said, which is especially useful for comics analysis. The hyperlink, which I already mentioned, the ability to connect to other web pages. And the scope and scale allow for holistic perspectives that move away from the thesis orientation in favor of a parallax view on keywords and issues. So it's not just what I say or write on any given day. It's everything in the comments section as well. And that can be something as simple as a correction of something I say or a challenge to something I say. But it's not a situation where I am just telling people how it is. We are having a discussion that I would argue in its varied perspectives is probably closer to something like the truth. The bad, it's ephemeral. So I mean, I'm sure you know, the social media, you post something, it's basically gone 2 days later. You can still look it up, of course, it's archived. But if it hasn't been published in the last 2 days, it's not likely to come up in anybody's feed. And that can be a problem, though obviously our YouTube channel kind of doesn't have that issue. The capacity to become politicized. We can have really, sometimes off-topic, damaging, offensive debates within those comment sections, as you would expect. And additionally, there's safety and comfort concerns. And that is a place where my privilege becomes enormous as well. My colleague Anna Papard has stated that she would prefer we not sign who wrote which thread as a result of genuine concerns for people coming after her harder than they would after me, just as being a female scholar. And then broader safety and comfort concerns, you will get death threats, which is not fun for any reason, and no scholar should ever have to go through something like that. But if you believe in the project and you make choices about your own safety and the credibility of the threats you're receiving, there's a lot of value to that. And I will turn it over to Fred.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm going to do like a blitz journey because I have too many slides and too few minutes. So basically, yeah, this was me as a kid. We moved from Mexico. My mom's Guatemalan Irish from East LA. My dad's Mexican from Mexico City. When we moved to California, rural California, My first day at school, I was told not to speak that dirty Mexican. Came home crying, told my mom. Luckily, just around the corner from where we lived, we had a little tienda, and there was a spin rack with, yes, what became my reading community, because I wasn't the only one in my school that faced those kinds of, punitive, indeed, getting hit on the hand because we spoke Spanish. And when we spoke English with an accent, we would also get hit. So the spin rack became my alternative or my non-academic reading community at a very young age. And in fact, it has stayed that way all the way to today, right? And yes, that's me in a lucha libre, luchador mask with like a Superman cape and like Batman leotard outfit, right? Yeah, so already kind of the hybridized identity being manifest in my very own homemade costume. I did make it to Berkeley against the odds, and part of that was my mom, after hearing my story, put herself through Sacramento State, and got her bilingual education degree as a single mom raising 2 boys. So yeah, big, huge role model for me, and why I stand in front of my students today teaching because of that. At Berkeley, I started asking questions about story because, well, yes, story is an important central ingredient in all of our lives. We've evolved it as a species. It's what holds us together. I wanted to go beyond theme and character analysis in my Shakespeare classes and to start to understand better how it is our brain creates story and how we co-create together to make community, in fact, right? To make those reading communities inside and outside of classroom spaces. So I committed myself to that journey, went to Stanford where I learned under Ramon Saldivar. I have 2 pictures, 2 images of Alfred Arteaga and Dr. Gosh, what am I blanking on? Christian. And the reason is that they were both role models, scholars of color, who not only wrote for the academy, but wrote for audiences beyond. And that had a very strong impact on me as an undergraduate who didn't just see myself as writing for a very niche, small audience, but writing for larger communities. This is a picture of my daughter when she was small, and I take that as inspiration because she's telling the story actually of the indigenous genocides in New Mexico, and she's sharing that story with her peers. They're, I think, around 5 or 6 years old, creating community, not just by sharing information that has historically been kept in the margins and even deliberately erased from the historical record, but also creating community for action as a little 5, 6-year-old, along with her classmates. And then her Princess and the Pea, because in fact, we draw stories. And it's exactly that kind of story technology that I became very interested in my academic work, in my classroom work, teaching and writing about comics, opening spaces for Andrew's wonderful research and his publications. My daughter is now here. She's a Longhorn, so yay, so excited. And she is a storyteller, and she's building community here at UT. I'm gonna move really quickly. I have published a bunch of books at a certain moment. Before my first book publication, my dissertation, Ramon, my advisor, told me, you can't publish a book on comics yet. You have to publish a bunch of academic-y kind of books, and then you can do the books that you want to publish. So I mention that because the first trilogy of theory books that I published were really to kind of get that out of my blood and my system and kind of move up the promotion ranks so I could do what I really wanted to do, which is not only write about Latinx comics, but also to make them, right? So Pyroclast, the Steve Moqueda Chronicles, which were mentioned earlier, will be out this summer. But I'm also working on a Borderlands Shakespeare adaptation of in comic book form, and it's all Latinx. So you can see the cover there, Mac and Quo is one of them. I also write kids' books, YA, and of course the graphic novels up above. Yes, there is something that we need to do, actually the university needs to do, which is that we are really good at putting up walls and moats It's also why we are caricatured in the mainstream, right? University professors, but it's also why we are very easily demonized. The problem is that the structure that's in place and that has been in place and continues to be in place puts these walls up that shouldn't be here. And I bring this slide up because a lot of our role models, Gloria Anzaldúa, Alfred Arteaga, others who chose a difficult path of writing for non-academic communities, but who were writing academic works, all suffered because of the institution of the university and the way it's structured and the way it promotes and rewards. And until we can, from the top down, I'm tired of being the one that is asked. We're always asked to do all of that work. It really needs to come top down, where there is a systemic shift that happens that opens the university and what we do at the university to our public reading communities, our public communities generally. I do have a bunch of different book series, and I highlighted Andrew's there because the Claremont run, even the Claremont run, right, Andrew? That was a journey. And part of it was the process, the peer review process, and the lack of transparency, and the kind of pushing hard at the gates that were being thrown at you, right? And yeah, we need to, I have 10 or 12 or whatever series, and part of it is trying to change the water that we drink in terms of getting writing out there that is accessible and that doesn't involve all of this craziness of actually getting your stuff published. I publish fiction as well, so editor-in-chief, curating different things. This is a recent one, Putinoika, that just came out with Giannina Braschi that I published. Huge, really important book. It was a genre-bending book, so other publishers didn't want it, and I said, let's do it in Flower Song, and it's been a huge splash. So opening all these doors, not just to voices that have been historically gatekept, but also to works that are pushing the envelope. I wake up every day thinking if we didn't have gatekeeping in such a strong way in the academy and outside of the academy and publishing spaces, we would be like innovating story in an insane way. But we have all these blocks thrown at us. Bilingual children's books that are not only bring reading communities that are bilingual in Spanish and English into these spaces, but also celebrating our culture, Quetzalcoatl, the creation god delivering the baby and not the white stork. Comics, here, the Latinx Pop Lab that I created at UT Austin as a way to bridge community, bringing reading communities and story makers together, both K through 12, also academics, everybody making comics, making stories. My BIPOC Pop every spring. This year it's 6th and 8th through 8th of March. Another space to bring, you have your social media spaces. This is a physical space that bring industry, creative, scholars, all sorts into the same place. And I was thinking about yesterday, this is just a kind of amped up version of that turnstile, right? Me as a kid with my buddies sitting at the base of the turnstile, creating community, talking, and not only talking, but using comics to share our vulnerabilities, right? Some comics that I've done through Fences based on the border experiences that need to be told. This one we used the sign that we see, especially in California, warning of families, but now that has become a sign showing us like Latinos as threats as our panels for the comic itself. Labyrinth's Born set in the future, celebrating future generations of BIPOC teens. My 2025 releases, a lot of history going into this. The Steampunk Era Chronicles, this particular issue, they're on their way to a little refuge called in San Malo. When I was doing the historical research, again, not in the historical record, but San Malo as a refuge for Choctaw Filipino slaves that had jumped ships on the way to Louisiana for the auction block, all gathering in this place deep in the swamplands in San Malo. So I created the story and adventure in and around that. More adventures, what an awesome way to tell stories in our histories that haven't been showcased. The Borderlands Mac and Quo instead of Macbeth, and the Lucchesas, the witches now as witch owls riding lowrider bikes. So we need new forms of research, but to do that, we need new infrastructure and platforms for dissemination. Andrew talked about some of that. New forms of faculty support, evaluation, recognition, new forms of resource allocation, and we need new knowledge centers on and off campus, or what I call collaboratories, where university research and community expertise can come together. Thank you.
That's one of the wonderful things about my job. I continue to learn so much from my colleagues. So I want to thank you for being here today. In all honesty, it was a little hard to get here today. It's hard to be motivated to do a lot of things right now, but here we are, and we're in conversation. So I want to begin by saying, as was mentioned in my introduction, I study primarily popular culture, young adult fiction in particular at the moment. I also have a project that I'm working on that focuses on Hello Kitty. And so a lot of what I study is not always particularly seen as academic or valued in academic conversations. And so that's certainly something that I've been aware of for quite some time. And so when I was thinking about what I wanted to share with you today, or what I wanted to focus on, I thought about my academic work to date. And my first book, as was mentioned, my first book is on La Llorona. And she's a folkloric figure in Mexican American, and in some Latino and Latino cultures more broadly. But for that work, for that book is an archive of non-academic communities and the work that's being done in non-academic communities. For that work, I talked to artists, I talked to storytellers, I talked to people in communities who are creating art and music and graphic novels about La Llorona. And it was from those communities that then I began to generate my own kind of conversation about her. And then in my second book, which was mentioned, Fatherhood in the Borderlands, that book covers a wide swath of everything and includes a conversation, an extended conversation about Virginia Woolf, about the X-Men, about Luis Urrea, and his work, Fatherhood, or his work, In Search of Snow. So there's literature and there's film, and the book is divided into 3 sections, and each section includes a film chapter, a literary chapter, and then a personal essay. And all of those 3 forms work together to create this kind of conversation. And that decision to create or to include the personal essay was one that I struggled with in large part because it was, as the name suggests, so personal, but it gave insight into how my thinking around certain topics, certain subjects had been formed. And all of that is just to say, so much of who I am as an academic comes from non-academic reading communities. So I wanted to share with you today, I wanted to read just a little excerpt from my book about probably one of the most formative reading communities from when I was a child. And this is an excerpt from It's a piece called No, I Am Your Father, which is a reference to what Darth Vader tells Luke Skywalker. Despite what people think Vader says. That's actually what he says. But in any case, I'll just begin. At our first viewing of The Empire Strikes Back, as the lights dimmed seconds before the John Williams score filled the theater and the iconic narrative crawl stretched its way before the horizon, I saw my father remove something from his breast pocket and carefully balance it on his knee. The symphony of sound crashed into the theater, and I was immediately lost in ice, tauntauns, and the landscapes of Hoth. Yoda's lessons on Dagobah, Lando's betrayal, Han Solo's swagger before being frozen in carbonite, and of course, Darth Vader's vicious attempt to corrupt Luke swirled around in my head as I struggled to take it all in, especially Vader's lie. He could not be Luke's father. Too soon, the movie ended and the house lights brightened as the closing credits scrolled before us. Without exchanging a word, we headed towards the door. Blinking into the sunlight as we exited the theater, I turned to my father. Vader's lying, right? He has to be. He just has to be. The last part sounded desperate, pleading. My father's face softened. Let's talk about it when we get to the truck. Uncertain what would change in the 75 steps across the parking lot, I nevertheless complained. The Alabama theater sign reached high into the sky like a radio tower, and we sat in its shadow. Despite the sliver of shade, sweat pooled instantaneously on the vinyl beneath me. My father rested his hands on the steering wheel, and I looked at him with anticipation, waiting for him to confirm, or at the very least explain how and why Vader lied. Instead, he said, I don't know. My father looked at me sympathetically before reaching into his pocket and pulled out a small tape recorder. Holding it up for me to see, he offered, let's listen to it again. I recognized the device, but did not quite comprehend where it had come from and how it had come into his possession. Sensing my puzzlement, he explained that he had borrowed it from work to record the movie in case we were not allowed to stay for the day and that the recorder had to be returned on Monday. He began pushing buttons on the sleek silver machine. The reels on the cassette squealed in protest as he rewound, stopped, and pressed play several times, searching for the scene in question. With only the musical score and dialogue for clues, when we heard impressive, most impressive, he knew we were close. We identified the moment that Vader cut off Luke's hand and held our breath as we listened to the film's biggest reveal. Vader's oft-misquoted line, "No, I am your father." The strains of Darth Vader's theme followed this pronouncement. I concentrated so hard on hearing what we were searching for that I did not stop to think about the forethought it took my father to sign out what was then an extravagantly expensive piece of technology, and the willing financial risk he assumed if anything were to happen to the delicate machine. All of this my father did to allow us to hold on to a tangible piece of the film, if only for an extra day. Over snacks and Shastas for the next 30 minutes, we listened to lightsabers clash and the music swell. As my father rolled back the tape again and again, I wanted to believe Vader was lying to Luke. I wanted to believe he was a pawn of the Emperor being used to gain control of Luke as he grew in his power. I refused to believe Vader's words. My father and I tried to recall other moments in the film, Luke's battle with Vader in the cave, Luke striking off Vader's head, his iconic mask rolling on the floor and exploding to reveal Luke's face beneath. Surely that meant something, but what? The sounds and the music provided hints, though we were unsure how the pieces fit together. As we prepared to return to the theater, we formulated a plan. We would be detectives, searching for clues, scouring scenes, and taking note of any dialogue, gesture, or plot point that might provide insight or bring us closer to the real meaning behind Vader's words and plan. We repeated the exercise in the parking lot 3 more times before finally heading home for the day. At 13, I had become a student of film. Motivated by a desire to disprove the villain's lie, I saw the film differently, recognizing both its parts and the whole and the relationship between the two. Filtering through the film and matching it with scenes from Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, I began to understand the nuance of dialogue and the slippage of meaning, though I could not have put it into words. After the 4th screening, I knew Vader was telling the truth. What Yoda had described as Luke's failure in the cave was not an error because Luke had activated his lightsaber first, becoming an aggressor to Vader. He failed because he did not understand the meaning of facing himself. I was sure I knew. We packed up the cooler and with the windows down, headed into the muggy Houston night. but not before my father pressed play on the recorder so we could listen one more time to the sounds of a galaxy far, far away. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Domino, Fred, and Andrew. I loved how the threads that started to emerge in our email conversation are continuing to interconnect with each other through your presentations. So, yeah, so I guess collaboration, right, in various forms is something that emerged across your presentation. So Andrew, you noted through the Claremont run on Twitter and YouTube, academics, creators, and fans being in conversation. Fred, you noted your work in mentoring artists and creators, as well as being a creator yourself, and having the Latinx Pop Lab here at UT, the laboratory not being a model, right, that one thinks of often in relationship to the humanities. I know that the Modern Language Association Executive Director Paula Krebs gave a talk in this room on Monday, and she talked about the differences in startup packages for literary scholars, right, as opposed to scientists. And scientists have machines. They need, right, labs. Humanists, not so much, but I think, Fred, you give us really exciting ways to think about how labs and collaboratories, again, models that feature collaboration rather than top-down dissemination of knowledge can be quite fruitful and contribute to the vibrancy, right, of literature in its various forms. And then, Domino, I was really struck by the collaborative close reading that you and your dad undertook, right? And so first I noted that there was a prioritization of community over certainty when you asked your question, right? Like Darth Vader's lying, right? And rather than giving you an answer, your father said, and I may misquote you, "I don't know, why don't we listen," right? So let's do this work of interpretation together, and let's do it thoughtfully. Let's undertake this process for as long as is necessary, right? And we'll arrive at an answer together. And then I think that quite nicely, and I will have a question here in a moment, takes us back to, Andrew, you're talking about the parallax model rather than a thesis-driven model, right, of scholarship. So I want to then move from this commentary on collaboration and the wonderful ways in which it appeared in your respective presentations to wrestle with that term of value, right? And so, Fred, you mentioned in your closing slide, or noted on your closing slide, that there's a need for institutions to reconsider how scholarship is valued, right? With value being at the core of evaluation, promotion, tenure, et cetera. So my opening question for all of you is, would you just elaborate, please, on the value of collaboration in these academic, non-academic reading communities, in the various ways in which you have participated in them, right, thought about them? Let's start there, because I want us to appreciate what value is there as opposed to the value that academic institutions often prioritize.
I'm happy to go first. So as I stated at the beginning, my current work is on young adult fiction. And I would not be in a position to be writing about and even teaching about young adult fiction without my graduate students. And to answer your question about collaboration, my interest in young adult fiction came from my graduate students. Graduate students have so much to do already, but about, I guess it's, yikes, it's been over 15 years ago, that my graduate students were walking around with these young adult novels, and I didn't understand why. I thought, don't you have enough to read already? And they're like, oh no, Dr. Perez, you have to read this book. And I was like, no, I actually don't have to read that book. That looks like a terrible book. It was Twilight. And they said, no, you really need to read this book. And, you know, after their insistence, I said, well, if I'm going to read it, then we all have to talk about it. So what I ended up doing is I formed a YA book club with my graduate students. And that's where some of my initial conversations about young adult fiction came from, and my initial thinking about it. And after those initial meetings with graduate students, I thought, well, there's something here, right? There's obviously, you know, additional work that I could be doing, or some additional thinking I could be doing around this. And then I proposed a class. It's a very long story, but the short version is, I proposed this lovely little seminar where, you know, it was going to be 12 to 15 students, and we were going to sit around and we were going to read YA, and we were going to theorize up from the text, and we were going to have these amazing conversations. And I was going to begin to get a handle and maybe begin to understand a little bit about why these texts were meaningful to them. Well, the class ballooned into a 130-person class. And in true UT form, it was kind of go big or go home. So it was in front of 130 people that I had to figure out what YA was. And the students helped me do that. Now, that is in a more formal academic setting, but they hadn't had academic training in young adult fiction. So my graduate students and my undergraduates absolutely have been instrumental in my thinking about my current research.
I'm sorry, can I ask you a follow-up question?
Sure.
Because I'm thinking about Fred's, you know, telling us about the spin rack being like the center of his first non-academic reading community. And so you said your students didn't have any academic experience with YA fiction, but I bet they had some experience, right? So
Absolutely.
What was that experience that they were bringing that made this collaborative experience so rich?
Yeah, so they had grown up with these books, right? They had been formative texts for them, and so they had deep emotional connections. And I think as scholars, we don't necessarily value emotional connection, and the way in which these books were instrumental to their formation as teenagers and their mental and emotional maturity. And so on the one hand, I was absolutely grateful for those experiences, to hear what those books meant to them and how they made meaning of those texts. On the other hand, it was so difficult to talk about these books because they had such huge emotional connections to them. They didn't want to talk critically about them because talking critically was like criticizing them. And so we had to find a way together to navigate, okay, how do we talk about these texts that allow you to preserve your relationship with them, but also to look at them anew and to look at them afresh and see what they might reveal from where you are now.
Thank you.
I think for me, one of the things that comes up a lot in terms of value is my project was, I would argue, pretty successful from the get-go on Twitter. I was getting a lot of, this is awesome, this is great, including from other academics. Where I wasn't getting value was in my sort of professional arena. It's very hard to turn in Twitter threads on your progress report to your dean. So a lot of the time I kind of felt like I was working two jobs. I was having this one social media project that I was loving, and I was seeing it as an innovative methodology that was empowering me as a scholar. It was joyous. And on the other hand, I felt like I would often have to produce deliverables that would count on my CV in ways that I wasn't as enthusiastic about. So I do think one of the things that kind of has to be done is, and I think we've all kind of engaged with this in some degree, is we need to have scholarship be understood in sort of non-traditional ways. And to see the value of critical thinking, of reading communities that don't exist just within a classroom or within a peer-reviewed journal. Understanding the complications of that transition. The value of peer review, for example, is enormous. My peer review is the original creators of the comics, fans of the comics. It's not the same thing, but it's still something. So, I mean, to me, that just speaks to the theme of the symposium, which is change. And I don't know, I kind of need that change to happen because I'm burnt out from working 2 jobs.
Yeah. I mean, I love it all, and I love doing what I do. I love literally collaborating, writing books, not just the fiction books, but also my scholarly books. I love co-authoring books. It's way more fun. And guess what? It ends up being a better product, which gets back to the whole storytelling and story thinking. The more diversity that we can invite into that space, the more innovative and exciting the deliverable. The more exciting and the more growth individually and socially. But we are like tripping ourselves up constantly, not us here in this, on the stage or here in the audience, but like we know what works, and we know we would be leagues ahead of where we are today in terms of story thinking, story making technologies, in terms of social fabric, like, you know, but we like stop ourselves short. The structures that are in place prevent this from happening. They prevent the kinds of promotions from happening, the kinds of rewards that we actually need materially to be able to survive, to be able to do the next project. And we've got it all backwards. So yes, we are doing and we have been doing what we, you know, what we know works, and that gets us not only satisfaction, but those around us, and grows those around us. But we are 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and it's not our fault. I mean, seriously, that's what I mean. Like, and we are always told, you need to make the changes in the institutions, and it's like, no, actually, the institutions need to make those changes. I am blue in the face tired of telling chairs and deans we need to rewrite promotion guidelines, value, you know, how we evaluate and so on and so forth. We still around the table have to argue about the value of a co-edited volume. Should that exceed or meet expectation? We have to argue about the value of a publication of a volume or a collection of poetry. There are people, seriously, who think that you can just spit that out, right? There's still people at the table that think that, right? And so a sea change, systemic sea change has to happen. Otherwise, we will continue to trip over ourselves and not get to the place where we should be today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm not a chair. Or dean.
She's like, don't get me.
Don't gesture at me. I didn't do it.
So, you know, what I hear emerging from these last comments, and also I think, you know, again in your presentations, was this question of labor and what type of labor is taken seriously. And then I want to connect that to this issue of pleasure, right? So Andrew, you talked about loving the scholarship, right, that you are creating and co-creating online, but then effectively having a second job because that pleasurable scholarly work, because of where it's taking place, perhaps because of who is involved, is not legible, right, to the institution. Fred, you talked about the books that you had to write before you could write what you wanted to write. And then Domino, you noted your hesitation at including, you know, the personal essay or personal narrative in your second book. I think, again, I mean, I'm projecting, but we've known each other a long time. You know, it seems to me in part because of the vulnerability that entails, yes, in terms of revealing parts of your own story, but also vulnerability in terms of how that work is going to be evaluated.
100%.
So I'm hearing a couple of things. So one is, you know, perhaps we should be thinking more like the sciences. So I mentioned earlier, right? So labs, bear with me. You know, labs are part of, understood organically as part of scientific research, many forms of scientific research. Impact scores. I know there are two sides to this for humanities scholars, right? But reach, right? A term that we also in the presentations are part of that. So I'm thinking about this, how we might learn from the sciences in terms of thinking about literature, literary communities, the study and creation of literature. But I'm also thinking about creative writing and the ways in which craft and pleasure, I think, are understood for those of our colleagues who are hired as creative writers, because I think, Fred, you're right. Like, don't be a PhD or someone who's hired as a literary scholar and want to write a book of poetry, because that's not serious. But if
or you won't get credit for it.
Or you won't get credit for it. But if you're hired as a fiction writer or a poet, that's, you know, that's okay. We understand that work. So, yeah, it sounds as if, you know, emotions in general, but pleasure is something that can be part of talking about literature in its many forms, is central to understanding and appreciating non-academic reading communities. So I want to ask one last question before we open the floor up to general discussion, and that is, so we talked about exploding genres, tearing down walls, expanding categories. I wonder how we might expand our vision geographically. And Andrew, I know you're from Canada, so you already have invited us to walk through this door, so I'm going to take us a little bit further, farther. So is this a U.S. or North American problem in terms of understandings of what literature should be, where it should happen, who should analyze it? And I ask that question because, as Domino alluded to, we have had a presidential election this week in the US. And in the year 2000, I was living in the French Caribbean island of Martinique in November of 2000, to be exact. And my Martinican colleagues and students were like, Jennifer, what is going on? Qu'est-ce que c'est cette chose, an electoral college, right? And I remember listening to, I think it was I'm forgetting the name of the radio station, but a Caribbean-based radio station. And they called the novelist Maryse Condé, who was teaching at Columbia at the time, to ask her what is going on with this US presidential election, right? So a novelist, she also had a PhD, but I cannot see that happening in the United States, right? And you have academics in the Caribbean, in Latin America, and in Europe who transcend generic boundaries, for whom being a public intellectual is not an issue professionally. So again, to come back to this final question, in terms of non-academic reading communities and how they're appreciated or not appreciated, understood or misunderstood, is this a North American problem, perhaps? And what might we learn from the rest of the world?
I could maybe be very brief. I would suggest that one of the things that would solve a lot of our problems and maybe speak to the sort of broader nationalism, decolonize education. Create new systems of valuation that operate outside the capitalistic model. And I think that would create a lot of opportunities for the kind of non-academic reading communities that the three of us are speaking to.
I feel very strange. This is all of this and fatherhood in the borderlands and film, and this is what my whole book is about, like all of these questions about what kinds of scholarship gets valued and by whom and how is it legible. I will say this, I tend to answer questions by stories, and I'll be brief. When I wrote my first book on La Llorona, I decided that I wanted to write a book that my mother could read. That felt important to me. And a lot of people assumed, well, if your mother can read it, it's not critical, or it's not sophisticated. And there was a lot of assumptions made about that. And my book is both of those things. And my mom did read the book from cover to cover. And there were things that she didn't understand, and she sat with her dictionary, and she read, and she had questions. She would come to me. And she was so incredibly proud of that book. But I also wrote an op-ed on Selena. And my mother was a big Tejano music fan. And the op-ed that I wrote on Selena appeared in her hometown paper, in the Houston Chronicle. And as proud of me as she was of my book, she was more proud of the Houston Chronicle, because that was an article that she could take around to all of her friends at the baile, at the dance, and be like, look what my daughter, look what Mija wrote, right? And they immediately they knew. They're like, ooh, she's so important. It's in the Chronicle. It's on Selena. It's like, and that was a way that I love that, because my mom got to cultivate her own kind of non-academic reading community and got everybody to read that article. And all of that is just to say is I think we need to be aware of multiple constituencies in terms of like to whom we are speaking. I think we need to be, I think there's a push for us to be legible in the academy, but I think we need to change what legibility looks like. But we also need to be able to speak in real terms outside of the academy why what we do matters.
Yeah. The biggest problem is that, and I think I speak for everybody here, universities suck at getting the news to the world about what we do in our classrooms. Because our classrooms are collaboratories in the different ways that we invite the diversity of story thinkers into those spaces, and we create knowledge. But universities are good at celebrating, you know, the Nobel laureate or the this and that, or the person that has dissected frog eyes for a century and discovered a new way to understand the retina. They're really bad at promoting us and our work that we do. My classroom in the Latinx Pop Lab, yes, we have 3D printers, we have a Nintendo Switch, we also have a typewriter. But guess what? We do storytelling science in my classrooms, right? No matter where we are, what we're doing. We also have tons of comic books that we study. Domino has these classrooms that inspired the questions that informed research that led to the publication of a book. Andrew's classroom, his collaboratory, is this kind of expansive social media space that he's created and continues to create. Your classroom is a collaboratory built in and around asking certain questions about your slice of reality that you want to enrich understanding about. Enrich understanding about. And yet the university fails to promote what we do as humanistic scholars in our storytelling scientific ways to enrich understanding of those slices of reality that we've chosen to focus on. That is the problem. And that is why we are the first to get demonized in the media, right? Yeah. It's why we are caricatured in mainstream films, right? It's because they don't know what we do. So that has to change. We already have our collaboratories. We're doing that work. What we need are universities to fundamentally shift their understanding of what it is and why we value, right? And why our students are enriched and how we generate new knowledge about this world that we live in.
Thank you. Thanks. So I hope that we have questions from the audience to continue this exchange. Okay, I already see one. Sir, yeah?
Yeah, so don't take this wrong. I completely agree with everything y'all have said about this. I wonder, though, if we should leave, look elsewhere for that support and that spreading of knowledge and what we do, and place that outside the university. And the reason I say that, I'm a faculty member, and in the science, I'm a medical school faculty member. In the sciences, I mean, so most of the work that's done in science is done in the private sector. The university does maybe 10% of the work that's done. The money comes from elsewhere. So if I'm going to do a research, I'm a device person. If I'm going to advance a device, the money comes from somewhere else. So I'm leveraging my position at the university and faculty as a platform to do the work for my learners, mentoring, promoting that, and I have to follow my boss's rules. And I have to find my satisfaction somewhere else in the private sector. And yet I need this platform to advance that work. So should we be looking, perhaps, for our own satisfaction? And I completely respect exactly what you said. At the same time, analyzing that, should we be leaving that, promoting yes, and making our point in the right, through the right venues, but should we, like you found the social media, you found so many other places that bring the value and where you can manifest your full potential.
Could you give us, would you mind, what do you, in your counterfactual exercise right now, where do you go in terms of that other place?
Private fundraisers, networking events, spreading the word amongst other scientists, looking for funding outside of the usual, like National Institute of Health, looking for the National Endowment for Humanities, looking for work promoted in the arts, through the theater, a narrative, blog, supporting my colleagues in the humanities. And that brings, spreads my work, that other work that really drives me.
I can say that my project, I think I brought up on one of the slides, was funded by the Canadian federal government, which was always a funny thing to me, to be able to say that Canada is paying me to read X-Men comics on Twitter. So yeah, I think there are opportunities out there. I think they're small and they're rare when you talk about humanities research. So what you're suggesting, I would say, is great if it existed. And if the resources were widely available to humanities scholars. And right now, I don't see that as an option for me as a scholar, except in very rare cases.
I think they're in large part limited because there's no opportunity to monetize them. I mean, not in any significant way that, the university can profit from it. And so, I think that we are dealing with a very different model. And there are very limited resources. And the resources have been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And we have to innovate and fund on our own. There's no infrastructure to help us with that. And what little there is, again, it's very small and getting smaller, and I imagine will be eliminated very soon.
I think I'm going to leave for the next question.
Jake?
Thanks. I'd love to hear you all meditate a little bit about the word or concept of the non-academic. It strikes me that a lot of the examples that you're talking about, right, whether we're talking about, the Twitter thread, or the Scholars Lab, or the graduate students reading these are under some rubrics, academic. Right? They would seem to be academic, or there are quote-unquote academics involved. There's something that's always sort of bothered me about the way that division gets narrated, partly because, I don't know, I'm an academic about something, but I'm a public about 99% of scholarship, right? But also because of the ways it seems to intersect with these sort of institutional credentialing questions that Fred is raising, right? Readers who have any kind of affiliation, counting or not counting or only counting, based on criteria that don't seem to map onto what you're actually talking about, which is the kind of work being done and the kind of thinking being collaborated on. I just wonder what you think about that problem.
I need something more tangible. Give me if that's okay.
Is it important to you? When you talk about non-academic work, is that about audiences who are not connected to the university per se, or is that about methods? And when, which, and how do we work that distinction?
Andrew, do you want to start?
Sure. I think there's some clear code switching on my part. When I talk to my colleagues about non-academic work that I'm doing, what I mean is work that's not from the traditional academic infrastructure, which is to say peer-reviewed. Like we can really make that easy if we want to do it that way. When I talk to my Twitter audience, I absolutely describe what I'm doing as academic. So no, I agree. It's a fluid term, and if anything, I'm guilty of making it more fluid in the way that I'm deploying it.
I think for me, I would have defined non-academic as undervalued sources of knowledge making. And that can be in method, it can be in audience, it can be in form, any of those things. So I don't have as much difficulty with the term non-academic reading community, because I do think it is actually quite broad.
There will be a day when we don't use the term non-academic reading community, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. I don't have anything else to add.
Yeah, this is fantastic. It's been a really stimulating discussion. I want to keep on pushing at it a little bit, and I want to because I think this conversation is about to really connect to the conversations about book publishing earlier today, and the connection comes in the terrain of the business plan, right? Like, what is the business plan for getting our work remunerated, our cultural work remunerated, right? Where it can be collaborative and can be expert and acknowledged as such, and also be public and acknowledged as such. If it is non-academic, in the sense that it's not based in a school and based on tuition, or based on the diminishing state funds for that kind of enterprise, right? Because you can kind of start to run figures around, from the earlier conversation about, wow, it's great when somebody takes your book off the backlist and assigns it in a big college course, right? And start to, to combine that with the idea of like, hey, it's great when you can get recognized, remunerated for your work, right? But something about the what's the phrase? The control of the conditions of production here, right? It seems to be the sticking point that we do it in this academy where there's rent being taken out of it.
I'll just say a couple of things, and maybe this gets back to us, the kind of this moment, this utopia where we don't, separate reading, non-academic and academic reading communities. But the pressure of the marketplace right now, I think, and young scholars, those graduate students that we're working with, but also our undergraduates, it's not good enough anymore. It's just the university and our departments in the humanities seem to be like way out of step, but it is not. you can't survive writing illegible, like scholarly informed work today. I mean, seriously, like, yes, there is this weird kind of out of lockstep, this odd kind of moment that we're experiencing where we have a kind of old infrastructure in place that's determining value. But actually, the last thing we're doing in our classrooms is cultivating and growing, replicating, students who can't write for big audiences and be read by audiences everywhere, right? Because they don't survive. The marketplace is, to use that language, kind of determining a survival where it is, if we do something opposite to that, we are sending our students off the edge, the cliff edge. They will not survive. And so, yes, we are creating these spaces and we're growing writers and thinkers, critical thinkers, that can have their work doing and being read in multiple communities, large networks of brains that are learning from it, because the marketplace is the pressure cooker that is pushing that right now. It's just that our universities are, especially in humanities, I would argue, are way out of step from that. Using models from like the Stone Age, right, to value. And eventually that is going to crack. And that's why, when I was kind of gesturing toward a utopia, it's literally a marketplace pressure that is going to push that finally, right? I don't know, Andrew and Domino.
No, I don't. I mean, I just think the opportunities to publish, I mean, the basis of how we are evaluated, both, with the number of university presses shrinking, people, presses becoming more and more and more and more highly selective about who they publish and how they publish. And, it has to not only be in the field, but it also has to appeal to a larger audience, because they have, book projections that they need to meet. I think that there's not a real conversation, I think at the institutional level, about how important those kinds of changes are. I think we are very much stuck in these old models where publish or perish meant something very, very different. And you will perish if you can't get published. And to get published, you have to think beyond very niche audiences. I think you have to think about reach. Because if we just stay completely ensconced in this silo, it becomes harder and harder for people who already kind of distrust academics to even care about what we do, much less understand what we do. And it's very easy to villainize us and come for us, especially if people don't know what we do and why what we do matters.
So I have to apologize. We are at time, and I think I missed some hands in the middle of the auditorium, so I'm going to invite you to come up and ask your questions to our panelists after the session concludes. And I'll just say by way of closing remark that I think also that we, as an enterprise, so literary studies within the academy, I think that we too will perish if, to paraphrase Lisa Lucas from this morning, we only encourage students to think about reading or literature as homework. And not as pleasure, not as something that can connect them or that already connects them right to their communities. I think I always love when students, say, well, maybe not. It is impressive when a student says that they want to apply to graduate school in literature, but even more impressive is when they say, Professor Wilks, I shared this book with my mom, or I shared this book with my roommate, and now we're talking about it, and now we want to read what else this author wrote. So I think that in terms of this ecosystem of literature and change, embracing and perhaps doing away with the qualifier non-academic, right? Embracing all reading communities is a way for us to move forward and to ensure that this art form that is so dynamic, that is so powerful, that yes, is part of a business, but is also an art, will continue to thrive. So thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Thank you.